Good afternoon, everyone. So it is 2 p.m. now and we can start. Dear own professors, distinguished guests and colleagues, welcome to the conference, Regional Academic Partnership for Intestinal Disease RAPID. On behalf of the organizing committee, we wish you health, success, and happiness. In recent years, the collaboration among gastroenterology associations have developed sustainably with many activities, both in the on-site and online format. In the field of gastroenterology, especially for lower GI tract, IBD and colorectal cancer are attracting more and more attention. Recognizing the importance of intestinal disease research and education, the Korean Association for the Study of Intestinal Disease, CHIT, together with the Vietnam Association of Gastroenterology, VNAGE, organized the conference, Regional Academic Partnership for Intestinal Disease, RAPID. Participating in the conference are experts from CHIT and gastroenterology associations in the regions, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Myanmar, and Vietnam. Participating in the conference today from VNAGE, we would like to introduce Professor Nguyễn Khánh Trạch, President of Vietnam's Association of Internal Medicine. Professor Mai Hồng Bàng, President of VNAGE. Professor Đào Văn Long, Vice President of VNAGE. Professor Trịnh Tuấn Dũng, President of Vietnam Association of Pathology. Professor Phạm Thị Thu Hồ, Honorary President of Hanoi Association of Gastroenterology. Professor Nguyễn Duy Thắng, President of Hanoi Association of Gastroenterology. From the international associations, we would like to introduce Professor Soonchunghyan, President of CHIT. Professor Hyun Gun Kim, Director of International Academic Exchange Committee, CHIT. Professor Eun Soo Kim, Director of IBD Research Group, CHIT. Professor Dong Hoon Yang, Director of Intestinal Tumor Research Group. Professor Justin Lee Yong Ye, President of Malaysian Society of Gastroenterology and Hepatology, MSGH. Professor Thanh Thanh Ea, Vice President of Myanmar Gastroenterology and Liver Society. She is now attending us online. Professor Thaya Kiti Yakara, Director of Enterocolonic Club, the Gastroenterology Association of Thailand. Professor Rabinu Rangga Pribadi, representative of Indonesia of Gastroenterology. And 30 leading experts in intestinal disease from regional associations. And all participants who are joining in person and in the online webinar, representatives of pharmaceutical companies and colleagues from different biomedical expertise. Welcome to RAPID. The first part of the conference will be the session to introduce and build up RAPID. We would like to introduce Professor Soonchunghyan, President of CHIT, to give an opening remark.
I think I'm too tall. Okay. 이거부터. Mm. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to meet you all in person. My name is Myung, the president of CHIT and the professor of gastroenterology in Assam Medical Center, University of Ulsan College of Medicine. Today is a very meaningful day as we all gathered for the purpose of a new academic exchange partnership, which goes by the name of RAPID. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the president of the Vietnam Association of Gastroenterology, Mai Hồng Bàng, and Professor Vu Van Hyun, the Secretary General, who have generously helped us make this meeting come together. And also thanks to the president of the Indonesian Society of Gastroenterology, Professor Dadang Mukman, president of Malaysian Society of Gastroenterology and Hepatology, Professor Justin Lee Young Ye, vice president of the Myamar Gastroenterology and Liver Society, Professor Tan Tan Ye, and the director of the Enterocolony Club, Professor Taya Kitiya Kara, who have graced the RAPID meeting with their presence. I would also like to thank the professors from Vietnam, the president of the Vietnam Association of Internal Medicine, Professor Nguyen Can Chak, honorary president of VNAJ, Professor Tha Long, the president of Vietnam Association of Pathology, Associate Professor Chik Duon Chong, and for joining the RAPID meeting. It has been 7 years that the CHIT and the Asian Pacific societies have been academically interacting. The first step goes all the way back to CHIT 2016. The CHIT has started academic exchange since we first held the international conference. The region-specific forum was established as an independent session for the Asian researchers, and the Lukis were invited to deliver lectures and discuss. It was a single session at the beginning, however, came a long way in the last 7 years into bigger academic programs such as Go I'm CHIT, RSF Network, I'm CHIT Regional, and Emoticon, the online case conference, and gathered us into the name of RAPID, the Regional Academic Partnership for Intestinal Diseases. RAPID is literally an academic partnership. I ensure that from this meeting, the RAPID will provide great opportunities to all participating doctors and researchers in each society to join the best lectures and diagnosis and treatment for intestinal diseases, to update the latest knowledge, and to study and research together. In other words, the RAPID will build and share the opportunity to educate and research together among the partnering societies. The CHIT is an association composed of intestinal disease professors in inflammatory bowel disease, intestinal tumor, small bowel disease, intestinal microbiome research, providing guidelines for treatment and reading quality improvement. For the last 20 years, CHIT has been studying and educating about various intestinal diseases and now participating as the host of the AOCC, Asian Organization for Crohn's and Colitis. We are publishing the official AOCC journal, Intestinal Research, and also hosting the 7th Intestinal Conference named I'm CHIT. Through RAPID, The CHASID will endeavor to prosper all the participating societies by sharing our knowledges for the research, updating the latest knowledge for intestinal diseases and education, and sharing your experiences together. I suppose there will be a lot of activities we can share and build in order to flourish the RAPID. The president of the Gastroenterology Association of Thailand, GAT, could not join for the meeting today, but I believe he will be able to join the RAPID in the closed feature. Also, we hope the RAPID to grow into a bigger academic partnership by accepting new members with the current members' agreement. Once again, I would like to thank you all for gracing the meeting with your presence, and I look forward to continuing RAPID with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Soonchunghyan. Now we would like to introduce Professor Mai Hồng Bàng, President of VNAGE, to give a welcome remark.
Dear Professor Seung, President of Korean Association for the Study of Intestinal Disease, CHASID, distinguished guests, deputy expert and colleagues from Korea, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar, and Vietnam. First of all, on behalf of Vietnam Association of Gastroenterology, VNAGE, and all the members of staff the underweight military central hospital, I would like to express a warm welcome and best wishes to all distinguished guests, experts, and colleagues attending conference on regional academic partnerships for intestinal disease RAPID. As you know, known gastrointestinal tract disease such as colorectal polyp, colorectal cancer, and inflammatory bowel disease (IBD) are a very common disease in the world and are considered as an emerging health problem in Asia region. Gastrointestinal cancer, with the rate of new cases and mortality only in the top 5 among cancer, increasing the huge burden in the health system and treatment costs for the patients. Recently, inflammatory bowel disease (IBD) is considered a global disease, with the number of new cases steadily rocketing annually. In Vietnam, gastric cancer and colorectal cancer have a 4th and 5th highest incidence among the cancer, respectively. Most detected at the next stage. The incidence of IBD increasing, particularly in the people under 30, with a complicated clinical picture, many overlapping systems, and persistent complications. This problem requires countries to invest in research cooperation in order to improve the quality of diagnosis, effectiveness, and treatment and prevention of this disease. Dear delegates and all the colleagues, in recent years, academic cooperation and exchange activity, short and long-term training courses for the doctor Southeast Asia and acting much attention and recognized by many doctors. The training program, the CASIT, and the program discussed difficult and complicated clinical cases among countries in the Asia-Pacific region and typical example. From the above training and cooperation programs, many doctors have clinically matured and have more experience in diagnosing and treatment complex cases, while promoting international cooperation in training and scientific research among the national gastroenterology and associations. With the desire to exchange experience, update knowledge, and sharing news advance in the diagnosis, treatment, and prevention of intestinal disease. The VNAGE, in collaboration with 108 Military Central Hospital, organized the conference on regional academic partnership for intestinal disease rapid, with the participant representative of 6 gastroenterology association: Korea, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Myanmar, and Vietnam. This is the first conference with the full participation of leaders the Gastroenterology Association in the region since the COVID-19 pandemic, with the participation of more than 40 leading experts in the field of gastroenterology. The conference was organized with the goal of bringing an in-depth network focusing on 2 main areas of research and training in novel gastrointestinal disease, as well as an opportunity for scientists to learn and to share valuable experience in diagnosis, treatment, plan, develop, and preventative treatment strategy. Particularly, the conference also witnessed the signing of MOU between 6 associations of gastroenterology: Korea, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Myanmar, and Vietnam. I believe that today's conference will contribute to further tightening the good cooperation relationship between the Vietnam Association of Gastroenterology and the Gastroenterology Association of countries in the Asia-Pacific region and around the world. It is also a foundation for implementing more extensive cooperations, training, and technology transfer activities between medical centers in Vietnam and around the world. Yeah, the traditional dates of Vietnam people, Lunar New Year Festival Vietnam is coming. I would like to end my opening speech and best wishes for health, happiness, and success to all the delegates and colleagues with the cooperation of regional association of gastroenterology to develop sustainably and effectively with conference success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Mai Hồng Bàng. Now we would like to introduce Professor Hyun Gun Kim, Director of IAEC CASIT, to give a lecture, Rapid, Past, Present, and Future. Please welcome.
Xin cảm ơn. Xin chào. Yes, I am Hyun Gun Kim, the director of the International Academic Exchange Committee of the CHASID. And thank you, Dr. Hang. And this is my great pleasure to meet all of you here in Hanoi, the military hospital, today under the name of the RAPID. And also, I'm very highly appreciate to Professor Mai Hồng Bàng, the president of Phiên I, and Professor Vu Kien, the Secretary General of Phiên I, and also to Dr. Hang for support at this meeting. Finally, we all gathered here today under the name of the RAPID. In this time, I briefly introduce the RAPID. First, let me shortly introduce the CHASID, the Korean Association for the Study of Intestinal Disease. The CHASID is an academic society of intestinal disease, began in 2002, and the last year was the 20th anniversary year of the CHASID. These are website and Facebook and YouTube links, and if you have time, please visit these links. This is a list of executive board members of the CHASID, and members are composed of executives in 12 fields and 4 research groups, including IBD and intestinal tumor and small intestine and microbiome. Today, we have 27 members from the CHASID here. These are the outstanding IAEC member professors I respect, helping me with much dedication for the RAPID meeting, the Jae-young Chun, Soo-kyung Park, and Taegun Kwon, and Min-sup Kwak, Eun Soo, and Yoon-ho Jung, Hyun-jung Lee, and Sung-woo Kwang. I also very highly appreciate to these professors. CHASID is one of the AOCC's host societies and has published AOCC's official journal, Intestinal Research. In addition, since 2016, an international academic conference called CHASID has been held every year. This year, AOCC and CHASID will be held together on April from 13th to 15th. Please make sure to record your schedule on your smartphone, and I hope that everyone in here will be sure to join the AOCC and CHASID meeting. The CHASID is now preparing with a very rich grant and award, so please submit many your abstracts about excellent outcomes of your investigations. In particular, in this CHASID, the existing region-specific forum session has been changed to the RAPID forum like this, and as such, we are planning to host such talented 4 speakers from RAPID participating societies. The Go CHASID program will also resume this year. In particular, we are very much looking forward to the participation of young researchers from RAPID societies. So please encourage your young researchers to participate. And you can have more information at the AOCC website. Now let me tell you from the beginning of the RAPID. The RAPID starts with the CHASID, which was first held in 2016. By the suggestion of Professor Eun Soo Kim, who was the first and second director of the IAEC, the CHASID invited speakers from 6 Asian countries to hold an independent session called the Region-Specific Forum to present topics on the clinical situation of intestinal disease in each country. In the second RSF sessions at CHASID in 2018, doctors from Thailand, Myanmar, Malaysia, and Mongolia, and Indonesia conducted a session on a 3-topic account according to each presenter in a similar format to the first RSF session. The RSF session that started in this way continued as an independent session with a different theme every year until CHASID in 2020. In 2019, a program called Go CHASID was operated by the suggestion of Professor Jung Sik-pyun, the third director of the IAEC. Go CHASID was a program that invited young Asian doctors to participate in CHASID by having the opportunity to visit the Korea's gastroenterology centers. At the time, 34 young Asian researchers from 14 countries, including Hang and Jikin over here, had the opportunity to visit 18 Korean gastroenterology centers. Thanks to this collaboration, several multinational and multi-institutional studies were later published as papers. As such, the RSF collaborations, which started at IMCASID in 2016, has been continued with young researchers from about 6 countries participating every year, but due to COVID-19, it was not implemented in 2021. Last year, while planning IMCASID in 2022, it was planned to construct an RSF network for a participant from each country who had previously participated in RSF sessions. The current IAEC of the CASID sent an invitation email to researchers from 6 countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, Mongolia, Myanmar, and Thailand, and Vietnam, who have continuously participated in the IMCASID. And these 5 doctors and professors, Thea Mint from Myanmar, and Satimai Anywan from Thailand, and Jikin Wang from Malaysia, and Rabinu Ranga from Indonesia, and Dao Vietnam from Vietnam, have contributed to making set up the RSF network for the past 2 years as members of the RSF Scientific Committee. And this is the basis for today's rapid meeting. Dao Vietnam moderating today, and Rabinu, Satimai, and Jikin are all here for panelists. Would you please stand up, the Satimai and Rabinu, and also Hang, and yes, Satimai, thank you. This is a picture from the first online meeting of the RSF Scientific Committee. They are having 6 times of online meetings so far. The emoticon is one of the most representative of the attempts made while forming a scientific committee with the RSF network. The emoticon is an international multi-society online case conference that presents and discusses cases related to intestinal disease. It started from August 2021. And this nice and beautiful poster is the 4th emoticon poster made by Dr. Rabinu and his colleagues from Indonesia. Dr. Rabinu was the moderator at the 4th emoticon, and total 254 doctors joined in the 4th emoticon. So far, 6 times of emoticons have been held. In each emoticon, the most interesting case, MIC, is selected among the presented cases. MIC presenters can benefit from IMCASID free registration. And the following 7th emoticon is scheduled for January 31st, and Professor Satimai Anywan will be the moderator. So please pay attention to the emoticon and please join. Another ongoing project was a joint research project named IMCASID Regional. We attempted to proceed with good research topics by connecting young researchers from RSF network societies and researchers from CASID branches. And now 1 study is currently in progress between the Daegu Gyeongbuk Society, the CASID branch, and the Vietnam researchers. This picture is from our recent meeting online picture. And also we had a successful RSF session with 4 lectures on 2 topics at the IMCASID last year. In addition, the emoticon case session, which consists of MIC cases selected from 4 times of emoticon, was conducted successfully. During the IMCASID last year, the 3rd RSF Scientific Committee meeting was held with the topic of making a solid partnership between CASID and RSF Scientific Committee. And each of the 4 members of our committee gave presentations like these, and all presentations were very constructive and development-oriented. In other words, at the 3rd meeting, all speakers and participants, including IAEC members, confirmed that we need a more systematic and efficient operation of educational sessions and active joint research for a more solid partnership. Finally, I briefly talk about how we will evolve the RAPID. In order to meet the needs for education and joint research, a more systematic system is needed, which is why RAPID, a partnership between academic societies, was proposed for this system. All invited societies except GAT, the Gastroenterology Association of Thailand, have responded to the RAPID partnership, and the MOU joining will be held after my talk today. Although Thailand's GAT could not participate in this time of MOU event, but I'm sure that GAT will join the RAPID near future. For the successful operation of RAPID, we plan to form 3 teams like this, and we have already received recommendations from 5 RAPID participating societies for passionate doctors who will work together in 3 teams. And this is a list of team members. The first online meeting was held on December 28th last year, and members will collaborate on their respective RAPID teams for the next 2 years. This is a planned RAPID operating program, the emoticon and RAPID forum and educational meeting, and also the multinational, multi-institutional research by research team. Of course, depending on the opinions of the team members, it is possible to improve the operation method in a developmental direction and make new suggestions in the future. Our beginnings may seem humble, but the RAPID will be prosperous. From the Bible, the sentence. RAPID will always be open in the future, and other societies can join additionally with the agreement of member societies. Now, we are continuous and solid academic partners. Let's go together. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hyun Gun Kim. And the very important part today is the RAPID MOU signing. We would like to invite Professor Seung Myung, Professor Mai Hồng Bàng, Professor Justin Lee Yong-ye, Professor Rabino Ranga Pribadi to the stage for the RAPID MOU signing. And for the online, we have the participation of Myanmar Gastroenterology and Liver Society, Professor Tan Ye, Vice President. Yes, so please welcome to the stage Professor Seung Myung, Professor Mai Hồng Bàng, Professor Justin Lee Yong-ye, Professor Rabino Ranga Pribadi for the MOU signing. Dạ vâng ạ.
Bật gì ấy lên này. Vâng, đúng rồi ạ.
Yes, thank you all professor, and please give a huge clap to congratulate on the ceremony. And on behalf of VNAGE and 108 Hospital, Professor Mai Hồng Bàng has the presence for the international panelists and speakers from the regional associations today. Yes, we would like to welcome Professor Soonchunghyan, Professor Hyun Gun Kim, Professor Eun Soo Kim, Professor Dong-Hun Yang, Professor Tayakitiyakara, Professor Julajak Lim Sri Vilai, Professor Rabinu Ranga Pribadi, Professor Satimai Aniwan, Professor Zinki Wang, Professor Justin Lee Yong Ye, to be on the stage to receive the gift from VNAGE. We would like to welcome Professor Mai Hồng Bàng to give the gift for our distinguished and colleagues. Please come on the stage. Thank you all professors. And now we will have 20 minutes for coffee break before we coming back for the scientific session. Thank you. Invite all panelists, speakers, and participants to be back to the hall.
Mời các quý vị bên ngoài, các quý vị đại biểu, chúng ta sẽ vào ạ. Đó.
So now we will start the second session, the step toward joint research. And we would like to introduce the chairperson in this session will be Professor Seung Myung and Professor Thaya Kitiyakara. So please.
Okay, okay, I will start next session. And our session and the CHASID, our mission of CHASID, our society, is the first one is the creative research. So for the performing creative research, collaboration is very important. And international collaboration will be a very good chance for great research. So in our session, 4 speakers will present the collaboration research proposal from our rapid member society. And then I think this is the very good opportunity to discuss about the further creative research between our rapid member international collaboration research. So hopefully after this session, we can proceed. In the center will be the scientific committee of the rapid, then proceed what to start and what to do the collaborative research, hopefully. So the first presentation will be from Professor Eun Soo Kim. He is the professor in the Gyeongbok National University in Daegu in Korea. And he's now the leader of the IBD research group in CHASID. And he will present the first lecture called Key Points to New Research Direction in Inflammatory Bowel Disease. Professor Kim, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, it is great honor for me to be here. And actually, this is my first visit to Vietnam, and I'm enjoying my stay very much in beautiful city in Hanoi. And thank you for having me here. And today my talk is about new research direction in IBD, which is I think it's very difficult subject. And first part will be this one, and then second part, I will talk about conducting IBD research in Asia and funding our niche. So I think this is more realistic and helping us to do IBD research in Asia. So these are contents on my slides. So in order to conduct a great IBD research, we need to think unanswered questions or challenge in IBD field. And first question is that still we do not know the exact cause of IBD. And we know that genetic and environment are one of the most important risk factors of IBD pathogenesis. However, those factors cannot explain the whole development of IBD. Some patients have genetic mutation for IBD, while other patients do not. And also subjects with risk genes do not develop IBD at all in their lifetime. For environments, although industrialization and Western lifestyle may be related with IBD pathogenesis, not all people who are exposed to that environment have IBD. For treatments, a large proportion of patients are still suffering from disease activity despite intensive therapies. Finally, we have no idea why patients in remission have relapsed and why patients experience disease progression into complicated behavior. So the reason why we do not know the etiology of IBD would be that IBD has very complex pathways. Genetic change may affect many other aspects, including microbiome, immune cells, and endogenous exposome. And also environment factors also have significant impact on epigenetics, immune cells, and microbiome as well. And these factors are deeply interconnected, leading to IBD development rather than playing just as a single factor to IBD. So regarding therapies, although there is a significant progress in IBD therapy, like introduction of biologics, response rate of all treatment is only about 30 to 50%, which is called therapeutic ceiling. So to break this therapeutic ceiling in IBD, we need more research evaluating risk stratification, early diagnosis, molecular classification, and better understanding of pathogenesis. To address those challenges in IBD, Crohn's and Colitis Foundation in America, CCFA, suggested that the most important approach for would be the creating well-organized patient cohort with biosamples. There are many IBD cohorts, usually from North America and Europe, and I would like to show you very few representatives of these IBD cohorts. First one is a risk cohort from North America, and this includes pediatric patients with newly diagnosed Crohn's disease. They collected around 900 patients from 30 centers, and surprisingly, they reported 23 papers in high-impact journals so far. The best example of study from risk cohort is this one, published in journal Lancet. Here, using patient samples like blood, serum, ileal biopsy, and fecal samples, they could have data of genotypes, antimicrobial serologies, ileal gene expression, and fecal microbiota. Finally, they found predictive biomarkers such as CBIR1 and extracellular matrix gene signature, which are significantly associated with complicated behavior of Crohn's disease, such as stricturing and penetrating outcomes. Another cohort is from US military soldiers. In US Army, serum samples are regularly taken every 2-year basis, mainly because of HIV tests. During their military service in years, some soldiers may develop IBD, and then serum samples were analyzed comparing serum samples of no IBD group. And then they found several serum antimicrobial microbial serologies, like as you can see here, these ones, and as a biomarkers of preclinical diagnosis of IBD. So the clinical implication of this study is that we can find IBD patients even years after, before they have clinical symptoms of IBD. So maybe we can prevent or progress of the IBD disease in these risk patients. There are also several IBD cohorts in Korea. First one would be a Connect one, and Connect cohort is retrospective and prospective adult Crohn's disease patients reporting a novel predictive model for clinical course of Crohn's disease. Another one is Impact cohort, which is prospective adult IBD patients with biosample. This cohort found fecal microbial taxa showing prognostic features of Crohn's disease. Final one is Mosaic, which is prospective newly diagnosed ulcerative colitis patients. And this study just showed observational results of early course of new moderate to severe UC patients in Korea. However, establishing IBD cohort is not easy. First of all, we need a substantial amount of money. Second, there should be a leader taking charge of the cohort who are dedicated to this work. Also, we need patient enrollment. And finally, it requires a significant level of effort and time to maintain the cohort for a long period of time. Despite these challenges, IBD cohort is necessary for conducting outstanding IBD research with a new direction. Let's move on to the trend in IBD research in the present and the future. So this study showed the volume of IBD research during the last 30 years. And for that period, around over 26,000 papers were published, and the volume is drastically increasing. And there are over 2,000 journals publishing IBD research so far. Among them, this graph shows top 60 journals, and the journals which publish the biggest number of papers are Inflammatory Bowel Disease and Journal of Crohn's and Colitis. And please note that Intestinal Research, which is an official journal of AOCC and IBD Society of many Asian countries, is placed exactly the middle of these 6 journals. It's placed in 30th rank here. So intestinal research is just about to be SCI journal soon. So please submit many good papers to intestinal research. And then the main problem of the current IBD research is the lack of integration of data between components like cell, molecule, and genes. And these authors reviewed all IBD research abstracts and analyzed the keywords like this. The size of the node depends on the number of the words mentioned in the abstract. So the more mentions in the abstract, the bigger size of the node. So for instance, in this graph, in these figures, IL-6 was mentioned 6 times, and IgA is just mentioned 1 time. So the size of the IL-6 is bigger than other keywords. And also the lines and edges between these 2 keywords indicate the relationship between the keywords. As you can see in these figures, the lines and relationships are very robust or much well observed between words in each component, cell, molecule, and gene. However, the relationship is very weak and not well observed between components in the last figure. Is combined all components. So this one, this area is a molecule, this area is cells, and this area is genes. Between these components, the relationship is very, very weak. So the current trend of IBD research is like this. We were conducting IBD research focusing on every component like exposome, genome, microbiome, and immunome. As just we are trying to find a single cause-effect relationship in IBD pathogenesis. Therefore, we do not know the interconnection between these components, which is the most important part of the IBD pathogenesis. And this might be the reason why we still cannot solve questions and challenges in IBD pathogenesis, although we have increasing knowledge of individual and independent components. So we need to understand IBD is complex disease induced by interacting environmental, genomic, microbial, and immunological factors. And this concept is defined as IBD interactome. Therefore, converging combined approach is needed rather than parallel separate approach. So in this context, next trend of IBD research should be using multi-omics data with patients and biosamples. We can have a genome, transcriptome, epigenome, and microbiome data using high throughput omics technologies. And these data can be integrated with computational procedures. And IBD interactome might be visualized using bioinformatics tools. And characterizing IBD interactome enables the identification of the central regulators, which is represented here as the orange color hub here. And then biological significance and pathogenic relevance of this regulator can be tested and validated in vitro or in vivo IBD models. And this kind of study may lead to the discovery or development of a new IBD drug. So from now on, I would like to talk about how to conduct IBD research in Asia, which is more realistic topic. And this topic is based on what we are doing in Korea. So as you know, IBD is normally regarded as Western disease. Although the incidence is rapidly increasing in Asia, we are still considered as minor population. Therefore, it is very difficult to conduct and publish IBD research in journals. However, there are niche points for Asian IBD research. First of all, Asian IBD patients have unique characteristics compared with Western patients. Good example is small bowel location in Crohn's disease. Small bowel location is more common in Asian Crohn's disease. In these tables, you can see the L2, colonic location of Crohn's disease is only less than 10% in Asian patients, while colonic location is up to 50% in North America or Europe population. And another example is perianal disease, which is more prevalent in Asian Crohn's disease. The proportion of patients with perianal disease in South Asia and is about 50%, while there was only 13% in Western patients. And in the right side, in this Korean population-based study, perianal disease was observed in more than 40%. And I found this interesting study evaluating phenotype and treatment pattern in emerging IBD nations, including South Asia, Southeast Asia. Here, perianal disease is not prevalent as other Asian countries. It's about 10% here, perianal disease. I think it's a very interesting point to evaluate, and we need more data on that. In addition, disease course of Asian ulcerative colitis is more benign than that of Western patients. For instance, Daegu Gyeongbuk province, we conducted multi-center study comparing colectomy rate between our patients and United States patients. And we found that colectomy rate of acute severe UC is much lower in Korean patients compared with United States patients. So this kind of studies showing different or unique characteristics of Asian patient, which is different from Western counterparts, are very attractive for major journals. And also that kind of finding might provide a clue or hint for IBD pathogenesis. Next, endoscopic related study might be another good topic for IBD research in Asia, because the cost of endoscopy is much lower in Asia compared to the Western part. So for example, the research on endoscopic findings between Crohn's disease, intestinal tuberculosis, or Behçet disease was published in several IBD journals. And also, bioprep study in IBD patients were published in some SGI journals. And this study also cited as a reference for guideline of bowel preparation for colonoscopy. So bioprep study has the merit because it is relatively easy to perform. For instance, there are already validated preparation scales which can be used easily. And also we needed just a simple blood test and questionnaire before and after preparation. So endoscopy related issue is another good option for IBD study in Asia. Finally, each country has very different socio-economic environment, which is also a novel topic for IBD research. In this figure, in some Asian countries, biologics are not available yet. And in the study of IBD emerging consortium group, it showed biologics availability was dependent on the nation's economic situation. Therefore, disease course of IBD with limited use of biologics also very good topic for IBD research, which cannot be conducted in Western countries. And the opportunistic infections like tuberculosis and HBV is more prevalent in Asia. So studies evaluating this topic also good subjects of IBD research in Asia province. And this is my personal opinion, and these are key points, I think, to conducting IBD research in Asia. First, do multi-center study, because single center, the number of patients in single center study is not enough for a good IBD research. Second, organize cohort registry and start retrospective first, because this is easy to perform, and then move to prospective study. Third, publish data unique on your own country. And finally, comparative study is also another novel project for Asian doctors to conduct. And for instance, Vietnam and Daegu Gyeongbuk are conducting study comparing early clinical course of IBD between these two countries. And this is a retrospective multinational study. And here is the picture of investigators involved in this project. And Dr. Luan is doing great job here. And we hope this study is a good start for IBD research in Vietnam and also in Asia as well. So in summary, IBD research volume is increasing, and future study should be using multi-omics data. And we need to understand the definition of IBD interactome, and we need to organize patient cohort with biosamples. And finally, publish data, which is unique in Asia, Asian countries, and start easy multi-center study, like a retrospective study, and then move to the prospective study. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. Is there any question or comment from the floor?
Yeah, it's very, very interesting talk. There's always a lot of opportunities for cooperation, collaboration with different sites, especially as you mentioned, certain countries, they may be emerging, have small numbers of samples. Well, others more developed countries, there are more samples like Korea, Japan. If we can collaborate in such a manner, multi-center, that would be ideal. I mean, I just want to give an example of novel research. I have published a work on identifying microplastics. The microplastics are basically small pieces of plastics in micrometers, right? Mm-hmm. We found microplastic in colectomy specimens. And we believe that microplastic may be actually a potential etiology for even colon cancers. We all know that plastic pollution is big in Asia. A lot of rubbish or plastic are being thrown to this part of the world. And we are, in fact, more recently, a lot of people are bringing a lot of interest in this. Mm-hmm. We found microplastic not just in the colon, we found microplastic in placentas, we found microplastic in the blood, mm-hmm. and maybe even more. I think one of my colleagues is also doing microplastic in IBD as well, right? So the thing is, of course, there are many etiology that may cause IBD, but each of us, there will be very unique opportunity when it comes to what is the etiology environment, especially. I think environment will be an important so-called interactome for causation of IBD. Yep, just to share one, the kind of project that we are doing.
Thank you very much. Do you have any comment on this new proposal?
Yes, I think that is a great point. Yes, as you said, environment factors is crucial point of the IBD development. So even in I saw some papers regarding the foods additive components may cause some colitis or inflammatory bowel disease, but I've never seen the microplastic maybe the cause of the IBD. So I think that is very good start point to conduct, especially in Asia. Yeah, but I wonder how is it okay for just process biopsy, or just we need a colectomy sample?
Yeah, I have a great fortune to work with a marine biologist, and they found plastic in fish, seashells, and so on. And he happened to be my patient, so he come and ask me, "Do you ever see plastic when I do endoscopy?" I found it very weird in the beginning because I said no, and I never see anyone or found a plastic inside. And that's how we embark on this research. So but to really detect microplastic, you do need larger samples because we are learning. You need to develop a protocol on how to detect microplastic. And it's not easy because we took 2 years just to come up with a protocol, validate on the technique and so on. And when we first published it, no one want to accept our paper because they think that, oh, I think what you found is likely to be a contamination. But we persevere. We managed to eventually publish it. And after that, a lot of citations coming just because of this. But then again, you need to really, develop that technique, validate, and making sure what you do is not contamination.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so is there any comment or question from the floor? In Vietnam, also the IBD population is increasing rapidly. So is there any other cause other than Western diet, sanitization? In Korea also we experienced the rapid increase in IBD. So is there any reason why the IBD population is so increasing in Vietnam? Is there any other thought? Do you have any idea?
Thank you. And I just got some comments. I think the first thing is that, as you said, because the change of the diet and lifestyle, it is one trigger point. But the second point here is that I think the awareness of the doctors in the center is increasing, especially we have more and more GI specialists for IBD, and we also start the educational activities in our associations. So more and more doctors aware about IBD. So that is how the number of IBD cases we can detect more. And I would like to share also that in fact, we do not have the national data on IBD until now, but from 3 months ago, I think so, 3 months ago, we started a multi-center study to report the IBD prevalence in the big centers in Vietnam, in 6 hospitals in the north, the center, and the south of Vietnam. And we also evaluate about the diet factors, lifestyle factors, history, as well as to follow up the patients for at least 1 year. So I think maybe we could finish somehow in 2024, and we are also welcome all the centers in Vietnam who have IBD cases to join in the multi-center study, so that we will have the first study with the prevalence and the related factors. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, one more question perhaps related to this is there's been suggestions that refrigeration may affect the food and the bacteria. It would be nice if there's some sort of economic data in terms of the percentage of refrigeration for populations and how that changes, and whether the incidence of IBD changes.
That's a good point, actually. The economic situation is changing rapidly in Asian countries, so it will be a good topic. How about the breastfeeding? Some of the Korean pediatricians told us. Right. Now you get to talk.
Thank you very much for very nice presentation. I'm a doctor from National Children's Hospital, and I also control now. We also have about 70 patients with Crohn's and IBD disease, and some of them is quite mild, but the other one is very severe. My question is why children have more IBD now? Maybe because we concentrate on diagnosis earlier than usual. We can perform the endoscopy earlier than usual, and we also have some tests to screening the baby. But the problem is the years onset of IBD is quite early. I have one patient with only 1 and 2 months, and the other one is maybe 10 years. So the average year about 4 to 5 years only. So very, very small. And when we conduct study, we also ask about the breastfeeding and the other things, but we couldn't find anything at all. Maybe because the sample size is a little bit small, so we cannot explain for that. But the baby, when they are very, very small, they only breastfeeding, but they still have the IBD. So the question is why? We cannot explain now. Maybe we have some data from the microbiota or gene or something like that. Maybe we can explain for that. Thank you.
We already have many topics in IBD research. Okay, thank you very much. And maybe this is a starting point. Then maybe we can discuss about the IBD research in rapid later. Thank you very much, Professor Kim. Okay, the next topic will be colon tumor. Actually, the lecturer will be Professor Dong-Hoon Yang. He is a professor working in Asan Medical Center. He is a very excellent endoscopist and colon cancer researcher. And he is now the leader of intestinal tumor research in CASID. And he will present us about the global and current research trends for colorectal neoplasm. Professor Yang, please.
Thank you for kind invitation, Mr. Chairman. It is my great honor to be one of the members in this historical academic meeting. Actually, I was asked to prepare a little bit challenging topic titled Global and Current Research Trends for Colorectal Neoplasia. It was difficult for me to find the way how to prepare this broad spectrum of topic, so I decided to search the literatures using PubMed. Using the following search query, I first screened papers about colorectal neoplasia published or e-published in English last year, and I found more than 9,000 papers. So I selected the following high-impact journals from the search results, and this process narrowed down the number of papers to 238. After excluding 4 papers that were not related to colorectal neoplasia or were not original research papers, finally I selected 204 original papers regarding colorectal neoplasia. However, I cannot touch all of these papers, so I just selected some important themes, and I would like to start with colorectal cancer screening. About 30 papers were related to colorectal cancer screening were published last year. And the first thing I would like to share you is this paper, somewhat debatable paper. This study was performed by the Nordic Study Group, and it included more than 80,000 participants, and they were randomly assigned to either the invited colonoscopy or no invitation group. After 10 years of median follow-up, the risk of colorectal cancer was lower in the invited colonoscopy group than in those who were not invited. But the colorectal cancer-related mortality was not different between two groups. But the participation rate of the invited colonoscopy group was lower in this study. And when the analysis was performed for those who underwent colonoscopy, the colorectal cancer-related mortality was reduced. Another limitation of this study was that 10 years of follow-up period is not enough to assess the effect of colorectal cancer-related mortality. Here's another remarkable Swedish study regarding colorectal cancer screening from Lancet Gastro and Hepatology last year. This study compared once-only colonoscopy with 2 rounds of FITs for colorectal cancer screening. And with 1:2 ratio of randomization, the relative risk of colorectal cancer was not different between 2 screening modalities, but the advanced adenoma detection rate was higher in the colonoscopy group than in the FIT group. But because the recruitment was just finished 2 years ago, so we need to wait for long-term data from this study. Let me skip some studies, which is relatively less important. And I would like to move to the quality of colorectal cancer screening. In order to maximize the effect of colonoscopy for preventing colorectal cancer and reducing the mortality, we must focus on quality of colorectal cancer screening. And last year, about 10% of articles reported this issue. And this study is a large population-based study from Netherlands. It revealed proximal serrated polyp detection rates were gradually increased, and high proximal serrated polyp detection rate is protective for post-colonoscopy colorectal cancer. As you can see, higher proximal serrated polyp detector group reduced the risk of interval colorectal cancer. Another representative quality indicator of colonoscopy, adenoma detection rate, was also associated with post-colonoscopy colorectal cancer. This is a large retrospective study from United States. And here you can see the group of ADL higher than 30% resulted in low cumulative risk of post-colonoscopy colorectal cancer than the group of ADL less than 30%. According to this study, per 1% increase in ADR reduced per 3% risk reduction of post-colonoscopy colorectal cancer. Higher ADR was associated with lower colorectal cancer incidence and mortality even in the screening sigmoidoscopy setting. This long-term UK study revealed that both instances of mortality of distal colorectal cancer were reduced in those who underwent screening colonoscopy in the high detector centers compared with the low detector centers. So how we can improve the quality of indicators for using colonoscopy? This is a multinational, multi-center RCT to compare single time versus twice forward view examination of right colon to improve ADR. The second forward view examination significantly increased right colon adenoma detection rate in screening and surveillance colonoscopies. For the second forward view examination, they spent more than 1.5 minutes than the single time forward view examination. But I think this time is acceptable to apply the clinical practice. In addition to procedural technique, recently we have various devices to enhance adenoma detection. This device named WinCap is actually designed by Professor Byun, and it has 8 arms to expand the colonic mucosa, and the tip of the cap is similar to conventional transparent cap. These structures are useful to expose colonic mucosa effectively. And the ADL of 20 or less experienced endoscopists was significantly improved in this WinCap group than in the control group. And actually, now we have similar devices from which was already commercialized called Endocup Vision. And recent RCT showed that these devices can improve ADL of low detectors, especially for the polyps size in 6 to 9 millimeter or polyps larger than 10 millimeter. In the screening setting, this device increased ADR by 7% compared with standard colonoscopy. And even in the field of artificial intelligence, improving the quality of colonoscopy is one of the major research subjects nowadays. The GI Genius from Medtronic, which was approved both FDA and EU, was evaluated. Was evaluated in this back-to-back colonoscopy RCTs. This study showed that adenoma missing rate was significantly lower in the AI first arms compared with the control arm. This is another RCT from United States, and it also applied computer-aided detection software, and it showed that the total number per screening colonoscopy was improved when the AI was applied. And here are another interesting study from Thailand. They combined the AI and endoscope vision to improve ADR, and finally they proved that the combination of AI and endoscope vision was superior to control group, especially not only for the total ADR, but also for advanced adenoma detection rate. But can AI improve the quality of colonoscopy in our daily practice, really? Here is an interesting study from real-world data. The commercialized AI system, GI Genius, was introduced in one endoscopy center, and they analyzed the difference of ADR and PDR before and after AI system application. Interestingly, both ADR and PDR was decreased paradoxically after introducing AI system in the real clinical practice. This is probably resulted from shorter withdrawal time in the AI-aided colonoscopy than in the standard colonoscopy. This study suggested that the endoscopist's behaviors can be influenced by the AI, especially when the endoscopists are too much dependent on the computer-aided system. So we need additional studies regarding this issue. In addition to computer-aided detection, computer-aided diagnosis, another important theme of the artificial intelligence. This study shows that computer-aided diagnosis using GI Genius module satisfied the negative predictive value of leave-in situ strategy for managing diminutive rectal sigmoid polyps. They also showed that the surveillance interval agreement based on computer-aided diagnosis was concordant with ESG and US guidelines with over 95% of agreement rate. Another study using the different system CAD-I from Fujifilm also reported similar results. So with advancing computer-aided diagnosis, leave-in situ or resectant discard strategy for small polyps in rectal sigmoid colon may be widely accepted in the future. How about the role of CADX to assess the depth of cancer invasion? This study included a total of 444 colorectal neoplasia, including non-invasive neoplasia, superficial SM, deep SM, and advanced cancer. Using pre-recorded images and videos, this system was able to diagnose depths of cancer invasion with 0.95 of AUC value. And this system was similarly accurate to the diagnostic performance of expert endoscopists for assessing depths of cancer invasion, but better than non-expert endoscopists. Studies using AI expanded to assess the risk of lymph node metastasis even in T2 cancer. The background of this study is that only 25% of T2 proper muscle invasive cancer has lymph node metastasis. So theoretically, if the risk of lymph node metastasis can be accurately predicted, we can avoid unnecessary radical surgery in about 75% of T2 cancer patients. This study included 540 T2 colorectal cancers, and artificial intelligence found that lymphatic invasion was the most important factor, and a certain threshold, 64% of T2 cancer were categorized into low risk of lymph node metastasis, and the risk of lymph node metastasis in this setting was just 1.6%. This suggests theoretically 65% of T2 colorectal cancer could avoid radical surgery if this decision is applied. And let me move on to the treatment of colorectal neoplasia, including colorectal cancer. As a rule, we consider the high-risk T1 colorectal cancer patients should undergo radical surgery instead of local excision, such as transanal excision or endoscopic resection. However, a recent Korean study subcategorized the high-risk T1 cancer into favorable subgroup and unfavorable subgroup using multiple histologic features listed here. And the local excision for favorable high-risk T1 cancer subgroup showed long-term cumulative survival rate comparable to radical surgery. So this study suggests that intensive surveillance without additional surgery may be another option in selected cases, even after high-risk T1 colorectal cancer removal. Another change in the treatment of T1 colorectal cancer is nowadays full endoscopic full thickness resection devices are available in Western countries and in some Asian countries. This Dutch study showed that endoscopic full thickness resection achieved 87% of arterial resection and 86% of curative resection, even after including salvage procedures for incompletely resected T1 colorectal cancer cases. This study compared the full thickness resection with complete radical surgery for incompletely resected T1 colorectal cancer without other unfavorable risk factors. And it showed the metastasis-free survival and overall survival did not differ significantly between both strategies. So similarly to the previous Korean study, this study also suggested that local excision can be expanded for the treatment of some selected deep SM invasive colorectal cancer. Moreover, in this recent meta-analysis, deep submucosal invasion is not an independent risk factor for lymph node metastasis in T1 colorectal cancer, and the absolute risk of lymph node metastasis was just 2.6% if the deep SM invasion was the only risk factor for lymph node metastasis. So what would be the next? Now, some researchers are interested in endoscopic discrimination between deep SM and proper muscle invasion. These 5 endoscopic findings can predict proper muscle invasion with AUC of 0.9 in developmental setting, although external validation showed relatively low value of AUC at 0.76. But this study and the previously mentioned study suggest that the indication of local excision, such as endoscopic full thickness resection or transanal excision, may be expanded to some selected T1 or some selected T2 colorectal cancer in near future. The last study I would like to share is the role of anti-PD-1 antibody in the mismatch repair deficient advanced rectal adenocarcinoma. This monoclonal antibody for anti-PD-1, dostarlimab, was administered for 6 months to the patients who had mismatch repair deficient stage 2 or stage 3 rectal adenocarcinoma. And remarkably, in this earlier report of phase 2 trial, revealed that all 12 patients had a clinical complete response without any surgery or radiation therapy. So let me summarize my talk. Effectiveness of screening colonoscopy for reducing colorectal cancer incidence and colorectal cancer-related mortality has been assessed in 2 recent prospective studies. This issue will be evaluated by upcoming long-term studies. Current studies reveal that improving quality of colonoscopy is crucial to enhance the effect of the preventive effect of screening colonoscopy for colorectal cancer. quality improving devices and techniques are under evaluation recently. An improving quality indicator of colonoscopy is one of major fields in the research regarding using artificial intelligence. AI-assisted diagnosis of colorectal neoplasia is another important research field, and hopefully this will reduce endoscopy's burden in your clinical practice and cost from histologic diagnosis. And according to the current studies, the indication of endoscopic treatment for colorectal cancer may be expanded to deep submucosal invasive colorectal cancer with favorable findings, or purple muscle invasive colorectal cancer in some selected patients in near future. And we need to wait the largest study regarding the recently developed PD-1 antagonist for mismatch repair deficient locally advanced rectal cancer. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Yang. He summarized the colon cancer screening and also newer devices and brand new AI system. So is there any question or comments from the floor? Okay, so
thank you very much, Professor Zhang, for a very nice presentation. I am Dr. Ki from 108 Military Central Hospital. So I have a comment and also a question. So today, image enhanced endoscopy play an important role for detection, diagnosis, and characterization of the colorectal polyp and also colorectal cancer. So could you tell us more about the scenario in Korea using image enhanced endoscopy for screening and diagnosis of colorectal polyp and colorectal cancer, like chromoendoscopy, NBI, BLI, also endoscopy? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. Actually, I didn't introduce the studies using image enhanced endoscopies, but actually the papers I searched also included studies regarding that issue, and some of them suggested that the image enhanced endoscopy, such as linked color image, can help to improve adenoma detection rate, but some of them showed a negative results. So the difference would be, I think, resulted from not only which modality is applied, but also how the study participants, the endoscopists, technically well observed during that study. So as I mentioned, that nowadays we have the devices to expand colonic mucosa more effectively. So in the future, we have to study using the combination of such devices and image enhanced endoscopy to minimize the influence of the endoscopic withdrawal technique.
okay, thank you very much. Also, the colon cancer field is also open to our rapid country members, and there are many kinds of research topics, and what we are using is like a chromoscopy kind of the OB system kind of things, and many newer devices and also the newer technique are introduced. So many of them can be applied to our patients, and many of the researches can be done in the future. Thank you very much, Professor Yang.
Thank you.
More questions. All right.
Actually, the president of CASI, Professor Seung Myung, asked me to make some comment about
the one thing. He's the Professor Jeong-sik-hyun, and he's the Secretary General of Korean Society of GI Endoscopy. So I asked him to comment on this topic. Okay.
First of all, thank you for your very informative lecture about colorectal neoplasia. I think because this is a joint meeting between Asian countries, I think we need to think of some cooperative studies. And I would say it is very a good period for us to make some cooperative studies compared to the past, because we experienced the COVID-19 period, and we have experienced many online discussions, which was not common in the past. And we know the online discussion is quite very, very effective and very easy for doctors from other countries can to make discussion together. I think the online discussion is much more effective in Asian countries because we don't have much large time difference. So it's very easy. So I think we need to make some opportunities to online discussion about cooperative studies in the near future. And I'd like to suggest the epidemiology studies in Asian countries. And I think also the colonoscopy quality studies may be very interesting because the colonoscopy practice environment is very different between Western countries and Asian countries. Most Asian, as far as I know, most Asian countries have very low cost for colonoscopy, and so we have to perform many endoscopies in very short time. So that kind of situation may be maybe not good for a qualified endoscopy. So I don't have a very detailed subject, but as I said, the situation, colonoscopy practice pattern may be quite different between Western developed countries and our Asian countries. So it would be a very interesting subject. I mean, the quality of colonoscopy may be very interesting subject that we can collaboratively study in right now and in near future through the online discussion.
All right, thank you very much.
Right. Congratulations to Professor Soonchunghyan. Very nice summary, and thanks for the summary. I'm Zijin from Malaysia. I do agree with Professor Bjorn that the pandemic has actually made all our communication, our borders become borderless. Collaboration is so much easier these days. And a word on the quality of the endoscopy. Yes, in Malaysia itself, we notice vast differences, especially even in between endoscopies. So the quality of the endoscope that's being performed has various different kind of a quality. So that will affect all our ADRs, so on and so forth. The experience of the endoscopies as well is very much different. I now practice in a private center. I'm being timed of my withdrawal time. So I myself noticed that, you know, the longer is my withdrawal time, up to 10 minutes, of course, the more adenomas that I can detect, right? So, so I think that is something even to look at, you know, comparing different countries and how we perform in different centers. Service-based, government hospital, teaching hospitals, and also private centers. So those are the different aspects to look at. On a more specific note on subjects, you know, to moving forward. So in Malaysia, our colorectal cancer screening is by FIT. We started a few years ago, offered to everyone 50 years old and above, but it's offered at every 2 years. So mainly cost issues and all that. So the positive FIT, the pickup rate for colonoscopy is slightly less than 50%. So Malaysia colorectal cancer, it is still presented at late stage, stage 3, 4. So that indirectly also increases our healthcare cost. So moving forward, when I was in university and I was working with this group of researchers, we found that there's some trace elements that was being detected in the colorectal colectomy samples. So moving forward, whether these trace elements would also be able to detect in patients with colonic polyps. So because colonoscopy itself is invasive, so that puts away a lot of people bring people away, put off on the willingness to go forward for a colonoscopy examinations. And also cost of colonoscopy in Malaysia varies in a government setting and in a private setting. So whether any non-invasive test that could detect a colonic adenomas or polyps, and that would be able to tell the patient, look, that's precancerous, and that would further screen down the burden of colonoscopy for the populations. Because I think the number of endoscopies and gastroenterologists in Malaysia is not high. So definitely it will be a burden to move forward for first screening of colonoscopy as colon cancer screening. So looking at something that could diagnose a precancer lesion, would that be an option? Trace elements, but of course, a lot of time we look at whether that's contamination and all not. But again, the algorithm and the protocol has been developed with this group of researchers that I was working with.
All right, thank you for your suggestions. Okay, is there any comments? Okay. Oh, so yeah, it's a short comment.
Very short comment, because in ISF network, we also have a session on quality of colonoscopy. And several years ago, when I went to KDDW, I also talked to Professor Beyond about how to improve. And then we started the AI project and the smartphone application for colonoscopy. And until now in Vietnam, we have the smartphone applications to support the patients for colonoscopy preparation. So I think the digital transformation in medical field, especially in GI, is also a trend that could be conduct the collaborative study. And I know that in Korea, you also have the hot topic like that. But in our region, in limited resources setting, the data regarding AI or regarding smartphone application in colonoscopy preparation is still very lacking. So I hope that after this conference, if any doctor from any country has the same interest, please feel free to collaborate and we can start very soon. Just quick comment. Thank you.
That's very good suggestion. Yeah. Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Yang. Okay, so next two topics will be chaired by Akitaya Kara from Thailand.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your interesting and good lectures from before. So for the next two sessions, we have proposals about specific research which might be considered for doing in rapid network. The first talk will be from Professor Julajak Lim Sivilai from Siriraj Hospital, Mahidol University, Thailand. He is a very active member of our enterocolonic club and has lots of research on IBD. His topic will be, as you can see, about models differentiating Crohn's disease and intestinal TB. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, and thanks Kasit for inviting me for this terrific meeting and invite me to propose this research proposal. So this title is the validation of the model differentiating Crohn's disease from intestinal tuberculosis. As we know, differentiating Crohn's disease from intestinal tuberculosis is difficult, but it is a very important issue in our region where there are two conditions unequally. So many models differentiating Crohn's disease from tuberculosis have been created. Lastly, they can be grouped into 3 groups. The first, the models integrating clinical endoscopy and pathology. The second is the model adding imaging study. And the last is the model adding laboratory tests. Because the time is limited today, so I cannot go into all the model information, but you can download this article that I reviewed 2 years ago. And thank very much for Intestinal Research for inviting me to write this review article and publish it. So the summary of this article is most models perform very well in differentiating Crohn's disease from intestinal tuberculosis in their original study. And each model includes different variables, but some variables are present in many models. So there should be some variables that are significant across all populations. So that brings me to this research study. I did meta-analysis to define significant simple variables in differentiating intestinal tuberculosis from Crohn's disease. And I built a differentiating model, including all those significant variables using their positive and negative likelihood ratios. This study includes 38 studies from inception to September 2015, comprising more than 2,000 Crohn's disease and nearly 1,600 intestinal tuberculosis. 55 variables that were present in at least 3 studies were selected for meta-analysis, as you see in the 2 boxes. And here are the results of that study. The results are shown in this diagram. And as you see, the circle with red color represent the significant variables favoring intestinal tuberculosis, while the circle in blue color represent the variables significantly favor Crohn's. The size of each circle represent the number of the patients included in the meta-analysis of that variable, and the length between the midline to each circle represent the magnitude of significance of that variable. For demographic and clinical manifestation, the presence of fever, night sweat, lung involvement, and ascites significantly favor intestinal tuberculosis, while male gender, hematochezia, presence of perianal disease, and extraintestinal manifestations favor the diagnosis of Crohn's. For endoscopic findings, transverse ulcers, patulous IC valve, and in the involvement of cecum or IC valve involvement, significantly favor intestinal tuberculosis, while longitudinal ulcer, aphthous ulcers, cobblestone appearance, stricture, mucosal bridge, and involvement of rectum or sigmoid colon significantly favor Crohn's disease. For the path findings, presence of granuloma favor the diagnosis of TB, and some characteristic of granuloma, such as confluent, large, and multiple granulomas per section, favor the diagnosis of TB. Lymphocyte cupping, ulcer lined by histiocytes, also significantly favor TB, and only focally enhanced colitis favor the diagnosis of Crohn's. For CT enterography, short segment involvement favor TB, while wall stratification, presence of comb sign, and fibrosity proliferation significantly favor Crohn's. And the last, positive interferon gamma release assay for TB significantly favor TB strongly. And those are all significant variables in that study. And next is the model. This model calculates the probability of intestinal tuberculosis using this formula, which based on the relative preference of intestinal tuberculosis and Crohn's disease and the magnitude of the presence or absence of each finding determined by the positive likelihood ratio and negative likelihood ratio respectively. any findings without a variable results. For example, you do not do CT enterography in some patients and do not have any data about CTE. The model defaults those findings to a likelihood ratio of 1 for that finding. That means there's no effect of those findings on the calculated probability. And let's see what model looks. You can access this model in this website or scan this QR code. The model initially defaults the preference of intestinal tuberculosis and Crohn's to 0.5. That means we have it equally. And I think this preference could be used in our region. So the percent probability for intestinal tuberculosis is 50%. And I'm trying to put some data in this model. For example, I changed perennial disease from not assessed to present perennial disease. And you can observe that the percent probability for intestinal tuberculosis decreased from 50 to 12%. And when I input more variable, such as changed pulmonary involvement to be absent, the percent probability will decrease to 8. So when you input all variables that you have, you will obtain the final probability of intestinal tuberculosis based on this model. And then I validate this model using multi-center study data from 2 countries, Thailand and Hong Kong, which include 590 patients. However, this is a retrospective study, so only clinical data, endoscopic data, and pathological data were available. Many patients did not have CT enterography and interferon gamma release assay that preclude us from validate that finding. So let's see the results. So here is the area, the ROC curves of the model include only clinical in blue color, only endoscopy finding in green color, the combination of clinical and endoscopy in yellow color, and clinical endoscopy and pathology in black color. So you can see that the model including only clinical and endoscopy findings perform fairly. The area under ROC curve is only 0.75. But when you combine them, the performance is getting better. Area under ROC curve increased to 0.82, which is significantly better than either of them alone. And when you add the path findings, the model performs further better. Area under the curve is 0.88, which is significantly better than the combination of clinical and endoscopy. So that means in this study, including more significant variables should be better in differentiating between these 2 conditions. And I also compare this model to the previously published model by Professor Seung and Makaria, which includes 7 significant variables and 4 significant variables respectively. And again, found that model including more significant variables perform better in this cohort. So it looks like this model is good. However, there are some limitations for this model. The first is in this cohort, there were significant numbers of intestinal tuberculosis were misdiagnosed as Crohn's disease when you use this model. As you see in this diagram, is represent the calculated probability of intestinal tuberculosis from the model in patients with Crohn's and intestinal tuberculosis based on each model, clinical endoscopy, and all. So for this one, it's the best model. You see that the probability separated most between the 2 groups. However, when you look at these patients, there were some patients with TB had the probability of tuberculosis as low. So this patient would have been treated with immunosuppressive agents if we rely on this model, which could be dangerous. So include more variable like CT enterography or IGRA may improve this model performance. And the second is the lack of experienced GI pathologists and radiologists in many centers. Because as you see, the findings of pathology and CT, it's not easy to interpret, and we cannot do it by ourselves in many times. And that could limit the use of this model. So this brings us, this leads to the proposal of this study. So I want to validate the model using clinical endoscopy finding and add IGRA into this model, because this parameter can be obtained by ourselves, GI. But in some centers, if you have expert pathologists or radiologists and they are happy to join, we can validate this variable as well. So the design could be retrospective or prospective. I'm not sure how many patients having IGRA result if we do retrospective study. So prospective study may be better. And we will include adult patients with the diagnosis of Crohn's or intestinal tuberculosis if we do it retrospectively. But if we do it prospectively, we will have to include patients who present with clinical suspected Crohn's or TB, maybe lower GI symptoms, and are found to have ulcers on colonoscopy. We gather all the information that we want, and then we follow up these patients. And if they have Crohn's or TB, we can include them. But if they have other diseases like NSAID-induced ulcer, ischemic enterocolitis, infections by other organisms, we will have to exclude those patients. The outcome of the study is to validate the diagnostic performance of this simple model that we can obtain it quite easily. And the secondary outcome could be that know the etiologies of ileocolonic ulcers in our region, and also the diagnostic performance of the model in patients with difficulty for diagnosis, especially in patients with negative all mycobacterial studies. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you very much for the interesting and very relevant topic in our region. Perhaps we can have some comments or suggestions briefly, and then move on because of the shortness of time. So anyone from the, yes.
Thank you very much for your lecture. I'm Dr. Hyun, in General Secretary in Vietnam Association of Gastroenterology. I know that an ITB in Thailand is the same in Vietnam. What about the one question? How many is the percent ITB in IBD in your country? Thank you.
Excuse me, Professor. So you mean the number of the relative preference of intestinal tuberculosis and Crohn's, correct? So in the cohort that we have is about half and half. So that's the reason that I default the model probability to 0.5 for the relative preference. But it could be different in other countries.
Yes.
I think this is a very interesting study. I think one of the main limitations, as you mentioned, there is the experience of the radiologist. I wonder you can take this opportunity to have a kind of a central committee of radiologists in order to enhance the kind of diagnostic performance of the model itself.
Yeah, thank you very much. I agree. I totally agree with Professor Justin. And not only for radiology findings, even endoscopy findings maybe we have inter-observer variability. So in this study, if we can do prospective cohort, we may be able to record the video and let other doctors in the studies interpret the finding, that we can know it.
Exactly. So rather than doing a retrospective, we just put and say we want to do a prospective.
Yes, but in retrospective, if we don't have video record, if we have only the pictures, it's difficult to interpret sometimes.
Yeah. So if you have a predefined protocol with very clear guidelines on how you take a pictures and things like that, then I think you have a much better outcome.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Justin. Very, very relevant comments. I think if that is all for comments for this topic, the decision and discussion will be taken in, I'm not sure whether the panelists afterwards or whether the scientific committee will be discussing this further. So thank you very much, Professor Julada. So our next speaker will also talk about a specific issue with inflammatory bowel disease, the accuracy of diagnostic modalities in sarcopenia. Our speaker is Professor Rabinu Rangga Pribadi from the National General Hospital, Indonesia. He's a representative here from the Indonesian Society of Gastroenterology. So please, Professor Rabinu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the nice introduction. Good afternoon to all my colleagues here. I would like to extend gratitude for CASET and VNAGE for inviting us to this important meeting to provide a glimpse of our proposal of project introduction. The title maybe is not so familiar for most gastroenterologists. We are talking about sarcopenia. Sarcopenia is a field usually for rheumatologists. So we will dig deeper into this topic. Let me proceed. Okay, for the first question is what is sarcopenia? And I would like to elaborate more easily. This is the picture of a CT scan of thigh muscle. And then it showed on the left side is a muscle here. Here is the quadriceps muscle. And this one is hamstring muscle in young healthy person. You can see there that this muscle is normal with few fat layer. But you can see on the right side is the sarcopenic thigh muscle in. Okay, but you can notice that the muscle mass is decreased with the enhancement of the fat layer and the right side of the picture. So basically, sarcopenia is a decrease of muscle mass, basically. But according to the newest research and based on the European Working Group for sarcopenia in older people, the criteria evolves. It's not only low muscle mass, but it incorporates also low muscle strength and low physical performance, which means if we would like to define sarcopenia, it should, number one, is an obligatory, and followed by 2 or 3 to define sarcopenia. Okay, after we know the definition, the basic of sarcopenia, this is the proposed pathophysiologic models for sarcopenia in IBD. Malabsorption, surgery, and corticosteroids, chronic inflammations in IBD, dysbiosis, and physical activity all contributes to the increased catabolism, the protein catabolism, especially in the muscle. So there is a decreased synthesis of protein in IBD patients' muscles and indicates in sarcopenia. Okay, after we know what sarcopenia is, why should we give attention to sarcopenia in IBD? What's the burden? What's the impact for our patients? Okay, this is compilation of trial. Just see at the right side of the screen that you notice that sarcopenia prevalence in IBD range quite large, from 25% to 70%. It depends on the examination, whether you are using the DXA or you are using a CT scan. This is the burden. So I would like to open your mind that the burden is quite high based on the prevalence of sarcopenia. This is the impact of sarcopenia in IBD. There's a lot of it, but I will show you a brief that psoas muscle area measured, and it's related to post-operative complications in Crohn's disease, and then related to post-operative outcomes in acute severe UC, and novel predictor of need of rescue therapy in hospitalized patients for UC. Basically, sarcopenia is poor predictor for bad prognosis. And then also the predictor of surgical site infections in UC patients, and then high probability of high colectomy in UC patients, and also significantly elevates the risk of major post-operative complications. Systematic review done by Ryan et al. Showed that the prevalence of sarcopenia is 42%, quite high, and Peterson and Holt showed that the post-operative complications has increased risk in patients with sarcopenia. So we already know the burden is quite high, and then the prognostic implications is also burdensome in sarcopenia. So we should always evaluate sarcopenia in IBD. But how? How we measure sarcopenia in IBD? Because it's relatively new, may unfamiliar for most of us. According to the Asian and European working group, we have three variables. There are muscle mass, and then muscle strength, and also physical performance. From the research standpoint of view, we can conduct CT scan, for example. The DXA, although in clinical practice, it's much more practical to perform, for example, the DXA. And for muscle strength, we can perform hand grip strength or physical performance, the usual gait speed or get up and go test. This is how to identify sarcopenia in clinical practice. You notice that this is from Asian Working Group for sarcopenia in 2019. That's specifically for geriatric patients actually. But as you can see here, you can see muscle strength, physical performance, and ASME. ASME is appendicular skeletal muscle mass that is calculated from the DXA to measure that, to define whether the patient has low muscle mass or not. This is DXA. Maybe you acknowledge that patients with osteoporosis use DXA, but this DXA is for body composition, not for bones. So we should ask body composition DXA to measure the muscle mass, and it's the appendicular muscle mass, leg and arms to be measured. And then this is the hand dynamometer, hand hydraulic, to measure the hand grip strength. This is the 5 times chair stand test to measure the performance test. These are the treatment potentials: exercise, diet, and medications. Okay, let us proceed to project proposal. So in Indonesia, we already conduct some quite small studies for sarcopenia. It's clear enough that sarcopenia has significant burden and impact on IBD patients. We recommend that it should be evaluated in all IBD patients, but how? How to measure it? Because it's quite burdensome to perform all three of it. And you see this, that actually, based on the guidelines, DXA and or CT scan is the gold standard. But at least in my country, in Indonesia, is not fully covered by the national insurance. It is the first problem in our country. And then it's quite expensive. It's $55 to $100 US dollars for the X-ray, and for CT scan, it can reach $500 US dollars, and it's quite expensive in my country. And it needs skilled technicians. So there are so many limitations actually in using the X-ray or CT scan. So we are wondering, can we use a more simple, more cheap examinations to identify or for at least screen sarcopenia for an IBD patients? So I take a look at the studies from geriatric patients that they have elaborated that the negative predictive value is quite high with the sensitivity 85.7% in female, and male is not so high as the women. And then from Mitayani et al. Showed also the positive predictive value, and NPV is very high with the calf circumference, and the cutoff point of 34 centimeters in male is the negative predictive value is 80%. So it inspires us. Maybe we can use thigh and calf circumference to identify or screen sarcopenia, which much more cheaper and much more feasible for us in developing countries. So there are alternative simple and inexpensive examinations, thigh and calf circumference. But we know that the diagnostic accuracies in screening have not been explored. And we propose that the objective of the study to obtain prevalence of sarcopenia in IBD patients, to find cutoff point and diagnostic accuracy, which consists of sensitivity, of course, specificity, positive predictive value, NPV, likelihood ratio, positive and negative, and for both thigh and calf circumference. The methods, of course, cross-sectional diagnostic study that can be conducted at the multi-center hospital of Rapid Nations and the gastroenterology clinic. And maybe we can start from May, maybe for 2023, if it's possible. And these are the inclusion-exclusion criteria. And then these are the conceptual framework that for diagnostic study, we have the index test and of course the gold standards. The gold standards we propose using the criteria by AWGS 2019. And these are the index tests that should be tested to find its diagnostic accuracy. These are the operational definition. I will show you later how to measure it. And I would like to explain this, that these are the skeletal muscle index. So when we are using DXA from GE or other, we get the value of the muscle mass, the appendicular muscle mass. And we should adjust it with the height of the patients. So we get this one, the muscle mass divided by the square of body height. And we can categorize it into two groups with normal and the reduction of muscle mass, which is divided, of course, into men and women. And then the hand grip strength is also categorized into two groups, the reduced one and the normal one, based on the criteria, the AWGS criteria, with the cutoff point 28 and 18 kilograms in men and women. This is a 5 times chair stand test, which is categorized into two groups, normal and reduced physical performance. We have estimated the sample size, which was 164 subjects. And these are the research flow that subjects may be recruited from gastro clinic, check for inclusion, exclusion, enter study accordingly, and of course, record the demography, history taking, physical examination, etc. And thigh and calf circumference are measured. And after that, patients will undergo, or subjects will undergo several examinations, DXA, hand grip strength, 5 times chair stand test, and will be completed. This is how the measurement of calf circumference with the tortoise, and the more measurement of thigh circumference. These are our publications in 2022 with Professor Marcel and Professor Mudani Abdullah from Cipto Mangunkusumo Hospital. it showed that using CC is calf circumference, a cutoff of 31 centimeters, it showed that the sensitivity is 100%, and the negative predictive value is 100%. But in only 60 women patients, 60 IBD women patients. This is our preliminary study. And using TC is thigh circumference cutoff less than 50 centimeters, we also get the sensitivity of 100% with slightly with higher negative predictive value, 100%. So based on this preliminary study, it showed that maybe we can use thigh or calf circumference as a screening modality, whether this patient should undergo DXA or CT scan. These are the potential applications of, for example, I take a thigh circumference measurement in the clinic. For example, a female IBD is attending to our clinic. We measure the thigh circumference. If it's over 50 centimeters, it's normal. No need for further sarcopenia examination. But if it's less than 50 centimeters, we should go for further examinations. But if it showed no sarcopenia, okay, stop there. But if it's sarcopenia, we should consult. Usually we get together with the physical medicine and rehabilitation, and of course nutrition to increase the muscle mass. This is the potential applications of the research result. So the interpretation, if less than 50 centimeters, is negative. And in the Cipto Mangunkusumo hospital settings, it's 100%. So the chance of not having sarcopenia is 100%. No need for further investigation towards sarcopenia. This is also the post-test probability. And if we are using this model, the possibility of IBD female with sarcopenia decreases from our prevalence in our hospital is 11.6%, decreased to 0%. Okay, thank you. Maybe I would like to clarify first, this is not my wife. This is Dr. Firly from Indonesia, because my wife sits over there, so don't be mistaken. I mean, okay. This is from Halong Bay. Thank you very much for Vietnamese people for the hospitality. Thank you. Come on. Thank you very much. Come on.
Thank you very much, Professor Abi, for an overlooked, I think, topic in IBD. May I open the floor to questions or comments? If there are no current comments, can I ask? Obviously, we're probably more used to sarcopenia in cirrhotic patients.
Cirrhotic patients, of course.
And it's well known that it causes quality of life issues and mortality.
Yes.
And some of that may be reversed with a better dietary regimen.
Yeah.
But obviously not all.
Yeah.
For IBD, is it mainly the disease that is not controlled, or are there other issues that you can actually intervene to improve things, to show the point of diagnosing it better? Yes.
Okay. The potential interventions is to get cooperation with the medicine rehabilitation, because we need physical exercise. So physical exercise for IBD patients is as important as the diet, and also the optimizations of the medications, of course. Now, and it implies that we should get to work together. We have to collaborate with other specialties to increase the quality of life of our IBD patients. That's our point. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. Satimai.
I'm Satimai from Bangkok, Thailand. Thank you, Abby, for your nice presentation and nice study. I just want to add a comment about the sarcopenia. I think this is a good opportunity for us to look for the IBD in our regions, because from the Western country, the problem is about obesity. In our country, it's about we are very small. When we got the IBD, we are too small, too thin. So it's very good. But I want to add only this is the first step that we look for the prevalence. I think the next step that we have our cohort group, we need to look for is that the bad or the unfavorable outcome, even for the treatment response or even in the surgery. A bit that would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to add also, there is also sarcopenic obesity. Obesity patients, but sarcopenic is also have bad prognosis. We can do research about that also in IBD patients. Recently, we have seen many IBD patients with obesity also. Thank you. Thank you, Satimai, for the suggestions.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? If there are no further questions, I think maybe we will close here. The scientific committee will no doubt discuss your interesting proposal later, along with Dr. Julajak's TB proposal. So the panel discussion, I think we are not having, as we've had discussions along the way. And we will have a short break back at 5 o'clock. So just to end here, I would just like to thank everyone here, all the speakers, and for very interesting and enlightening talks. So thank you very much.
So please come back to the hall in 10 minutes and then we will start the session 3. Thank you.
Mời các quý vị, chúng ta đã uống coffee break nhé, xong 10 phút sau quay trở lại nhé. 10 minutes for the coffee break. Sau đó thì đề nghị là các bạn ở Việt Nam ấy là chúng ta phải ở lại đến cuối, và đến cuối ngày hôm nay là có ăn tiệc ở dưới tầng B1 và có cái chụp ảnh trước khi ăn buổi tối này nhé. Mời các thầy ngay cái chị thông báo thế ạ.
Vâng, cháu đang mời mọi người vào đây ạ. Dạ, dạ. Vâng, vâng, vâng. Dạ xin phép nhờ tổ kỹ thuật rung chuông để mời các đại biểu vào quay lại hội nghị ạ. Thank you for coming back for the last session. Our last session is the commemorative lectures for young researchers. And our chairperson for this session is Professor Justin Lee Yong-ye and Professor Vũ Văn Khiên.
So very good evening, and hopefully everyone has come into the room. Great. So my name is Justin, and I have my distinguished moderator with me, Professor Vũ Khiên. All right. Now let us have the first one going, right? The first speaker, I hope he is here. Professor, is it Dr. Vũ? Right. Professor Huang. Is he here? Yes, great. Right, great. Thank you. So I'm sure we will hear some very exciting lecture from Professor Huang.
Yeah.
So I'm sure let us get the floor started. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank Rapid organizer for inviting me to join this meeting. And it's my pleasure to share with you my topic, how to optimize IBD treatment in limited resources like in Vietnam. As you know, IBD is increasing in Asia, and look at the diagram of the annual incidence of the Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis from 1990 to 2017. We found that in 1990, the incidence of the IBD in Asia is very, very low. Just 0 or to 1%, 1 to per 100,000 person year. And in 2016, the incidence of the IBD is increasing. In addition to the increase of the incidence, the early course of the Crohn's disease in Asia is comparable to the Western country. This is the study of the 180 patients with the CD from 8 countries in Asia. We found that the cumulative probability of the behavior change from inflammatory to structuring or penetrating disease was similar in Asia in comparison with that in Australia. And after the follow-up of the 18 months, we found that the probability of the complication in Asia is reached to 20%. It's a very so high. And now look at the situation in Vietnam, especially in our center. In our hospital, we built up one IBD team, and we had to collect 37 patients with the chronic disease, and we found out the median time from symptom onset to diagnose it was 7 months. And in Vietnam, we found out the severe complication like stricturing and penetration is a high onset. So as you know, in Asia, we face to many challenges in diagnosis and management of the IBD. Firstly, because IBD is the emerging disease in Asia, so we don't have enough experience for diagnosis or management of the IBD, and we lack of the specialists, especially pathologists. In some cases, we cannot diagnose the problem of the patient. Secondly, we lack of the procedure or tool for diagnostic or management, like fecal calprotectin, CT angiography, TDM, etc. So it's very difficult to differentiating with another colitis in Vietnam or in Asia country. And as you know, in Asia country, we have many infectious disease mimicked of the IBD, especially in intestinal tuberculosis. And furthermore, the availability and the cost of the biologic agent limit the choice of the treatment, because you see the cost of the biologic agent is so high, but the insurance reimbursement in Vietnam is about 40% for IBD fee. So it's very difficult for us. And we have a lot of the opportunities, the infection. And when we use anti-TNF for the treatment, and we have very few data to build up the guideline. So now we apply the guideline from Western country. So I think in the near future, we have the more data, more research on the IBD for having a lot of the data from Vietnam or another country to build up the guideline for Asia country, or especially in Vietnam. You can see IBD is a very difficult disease for diagnosis and treatment, with a lot of the complication involving a lot of the specialty. So it is necessary to set up IBD team to collaborate all specialists to work together and to assess the patient, the diagnosis, and the management. And in our center, we have the IBD team, and include this team including gastroenterologists, surgeon, IBD nurse, radiologist, endoscopist, nutritionist, and clinical pharmacists also. The big problem in Asia is the differentiating intestinal tuberculosis from Crohn's disease. It's a very interesting today to hear from the study in Thailand from the model to evaluate and to differentiate the CD from intestinal tuberculosis. But in case for the diagnosis of the TB or CD, we have to base on many data like history, ICRA, endoscopy, histology, etc. And in case of the suspicion TB cases, we have to treat TB first and follow for 2 months. And after that, if the condition of the patient improve, we continue the treatment. And after 6 months, we have to do the endoscopy to find out the healing of the mucosa colon. For the treatment of the IBD, we have the 2 strategy, step up approach and top down approach. As you know, the top down approach show improved clinical outcome, but the top down approach cannot be recommended in all patients in active CD in Asia because of the cost and a high risk of the infectious disease. So an accelerated setup to biologic therapy can be suggested after consideration of the high risk factor and predictor of the poor outcome. I think is the rational strategy for Asia. This is the suggested strategy for IBD in Asia. When we have the newly diagnosed IBD, first of all, we have to assess the patient for the risk of the rapid progression to bone damage and disability, including age, young age at the onset, extensive colitis or extensive anatomic involvement, deep ulcer, perianal or severe rectal disease, complications like stricture, penetration, or prior surgical resection. If the patient have the high risk of the progression to bone damage, we have to choose the top-down or accelerated setup. In low-risk patient, we try to start with the conventional setup. In our IBD team, we collect 56 patients, and applying this strategy, we have the 1/4 patient have the top-down and accelerated setup, and we have also the about 20% patient have the surgery within the first 3 months since the diagnosis. So I think the IBD in Vietnam is also severe than another country. For optimizing conventional therapy, we have to to, for example, for mesalamine, we can use a high dose. That means more than 3 grams per day is better than a standard dose. For the patient have the pancreatitis, we have to combine oral and topical route for the treatment. And once they improve the compliance of the patient, and when the patient have the when the patient improve the clinical symptom, we continue the treatment to prevent the relapse of the disease. For steroid, if you have the budesonide, try to use budesonide for mild to moderate IBD. But unfortunately, in Vietnam, budesonide is not available. In case of the oral steroid, if the patient don't have enough the response, we try to give IV steroid before starting to biologic agent. For thiopurine, start at the low dose and gradual titrate up, and check CBC and transaminase regularly because this medication had a lot of the side effects. For optimizing anti-TNF in Asia, it is recommended to combine anti-TNF with the azathioprine, or that means the immunomodulator, to prevent the immunogenesis. And when we treat the patient, we follow the patient very carefully to find out the opportunistic infection like CMV, but don't forget Entamoeba histolytica and Strongyloides staphylococcus is more common in Asia country. And in Vietnam, we have a lot of the patient with the parasite disease. So it's a very common, and we have the careful for this situation. After that, we check HPV, HIV, HCV, and latent TB. If we found that the patient have the latent tuberculosis, we have to give the prophylaxis for the TB. And vaccination immunization can reduce infection, and for the patient, for the country with the limited resources like Vietnam, I think in the future we have to use the biosimilar. Is maybe another option for all the country. And when the patient have the when the patient get a deep remission, we consider the escalation. And for the treatment goal, for the patient with the active disease, first of all, we have to assess the high risk of the patient to select the rational strategy for the treatment. And the immediate goal is to improve the clinical symptom. And secondly, for the intermediate goal, we have to normalize the inflammation marker and decrease the fecal calprotectin for the long-term goal. Endoscopic healing is the long-term target, we have to achieve. And when we treat the patient, we perform the tight control to assess the patient. If the patient don't have the response enough, we can adjust the strategy to find out another problem of the patient. One question the patient asked about the de-escalation, because when we use when we treat the patient, the patient is very unhappy because the cost is very high, and and this the IBD is the progressive disease and have the relapse on time. So the decision to withdraw a drug should be made to each individual based on patient preference, disease activity marker, risk of relapse, safety, and cost. But when we stop, when we escalation, we have to face the relapse of the disease. For the azathioprine monotherapy, the relapse rate is about 14% after 1 year, and after 5 years, the rate was about 63%. When we stop azathioprine in combo therapy, when we use adalimumab, we may stop the azathioprine after the study Diamond 2. But when we stop anti-TNF in combo therapy, we have to face a relapse problem after 1 year, 2 years, etc. But in some the patient, we can stop the treatment if the patient is the older age, short anatomic involvement, deep remission, history of the serious infection. So in this case, you can switch to another medication like anti-glycan to have the less side effect of the infection. But when the patient, some patient, we cannot stop the treatment because when we stop the treatment, the patient had the relapse of the disease, including young age, endoscopically active disease, elevated CRP or fecal calprotectin, perianal disease, complication with stricturing and penetrating behavior, extensive anatomic involvement, prior surgical resection, and relapse when stopping anti-TNF. So in conclusion, as you know, IBD is increasing in Asia, and early course is comparable to the Western country. Intestinal tuberculosis is very difficult to differentiate from Crohn's disease, and we have to set up the multidisciplinary team to optimize IBD management and diagnosis. Accelerated setup may be an appropriate strategy. Optimizing conventional therapy can reduce the cost. High suspicion of the infection when the patient having the anti-TNF apply target to strict to target can improve the outcome. The escalation can be considered in some patient case by case. Thank you for your attention.
Right, a very great talk. May I open the floor to question? Yes, please.
Yeah, I also came from Korea. Thank you for a very nice talk, and I was very impressed by the very high percentage of patients receive top-down therapy, because top-down therapy is not available in Korea in this situation. And my question is, at your hospital data, so the Crohn's disease patients, when they diagnosed, the complicated behavior like stricturing and penetrating is quite high compared to the other countries. So is there any reason for that, or yeah, that is my case.
Yeah. Thank you for your question. Because our hospital is the last hospital in the south of the Vietnam. Because in Vietnam we have the two big hospital, University Medical Center and Giải Hospital, and we receive only the severe cases. So this is the reason we have a lot of the patient with the complication.
Thank you very much, Professor Huang, for my presentation. I have a very short question. So do you think the surgical resection sometimes is a good indication for localized Crohn's disease? For example, the patient with the localized ileocecal lesion only. Thank you very much. So how about the experience when we should indicate the surgical treatment for such kind of the patient?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a good question because I think surgery is the last indication for the IBD. But in some cases, with the patient come very late with many severe complications like stricturing, penetration. So we don't try to treat medication because they don't have the response. So in this case, we consult with our colleagues in surgeon to treat the patient with the surgery.
Anyone else? If you want to ask one question, because you mentioned about a lot of parasitic and helmintic infection here, right, in Vietnam. So I wonder, do you see less severe IBD instead? Because we know that in some helmintic infection, because of due to the Th2 response, you may not see even IBD in some population. For example, we do in the past, at least in my area where I practice, I often, when I do endoscopy, I often see helminths. And these are the people that I very seldom see any inflammatory bowel disease. But more recently, I don't see any more helmintic infection in my endoscopy, but yet we are seeing more IBD. I wanted to hear your experience.
Yeah, so this is difficult to respond because now before when we do the endoscopy, we don't have the IBD. So it's very true. But nowadays, maybe caused by food or the change of the lifestyle and environment. So we have a lot of the case of the IBD. And when we treat the patient with anti-TNF, we have a lot of the case of the infectious disease, etc.
Okay, so if there's no other, oh yes.
Thank you, Professor, for your very insight lecture. Actually, I'm Firly from Jakarta, Indonesia. Actually, I just want to know how about in this Vietnam, in your country, how do you, if you want to diagnose inflammatory bowel disease, you have to exclude all the infections. Is there any algorithm in your country? How do you exclude the gastrointestinal infection? Is there any gastrointestinal panel examination that you've routine done in your hospital? Because back in our country is quite limitation to diagnose inflammatory bowel disease and then exclude all the gastrointestinal infections. Maybe I want to know about your experience in Vietnam. Thank you.
Because now we pay attention to IBD. So for the patient with the problem of the colitis, the problem of the intestinal disease, we do some tests and some procedure like fecal calprotectin, CT and angiography, etc., to exclude another disease. And we do again the endoscopy, and we do the biopsy, and we discuss with our pathologist to find out the diagnosis. Because when we have the team, IBD team, we work together and we discuss together to find out the exactly diagnosis. And when we treat the patient and we follow up the patient, if the condition, the clinical condition cannot improve, we reject the diagnosis and we do biopsy again, etc., to find out the exactly diagnosis. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. We need to move on in the interest of time. Next would be Professor Tan I. I think she will be online. Certainly, she is someone that we know very well from Myanmar. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So shall we have the presentation? Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Tan, consultant gastroenterologist from Yangon General Hospital. First of all, I would like to thank Korea's. Hi, everybody. I'm Dr. Tan, consultant gastroenterologist from Yangon General Hospital. First of all, I would like to thank Korea Association for the study of intestinal disease and Vietnam Association of Gastroenterology allowing me to participate in your auspicious event. I'd like to share my slide. So my role is role of biologics in inflammatory bowel disease management and the current situation in Asia. Biologic agent blocks everywhere in the inflammatory pathway, particularly in the tumor necrosis factors, interleukin, and inside the blood vessel, integrin, and then some small molecules like JAK kinase to prevent the release of cytokines and inflammatory mediators into the inflammatory intestinal epithelium. Currently available biologics, which has been approved by FDA, are anti-TNF, anti-integrin, anti-IL-12, IL-23 and JAK kinase inhibitor. We have short-term and long-term goals in the inflammatory bowel disease in the men when we manage the patient with inflammatory bowel disease. Strike 2 consensus recommend treat to target therapy, which includes a clinical response, clinical remission to endoscopic mucosal healing, and finally histologic healing. These are the short-term goals for the management in inflammatory bowel disease. However, ultimate in spirit consensus, ultimate goal for the management of both ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease, they aim to return for the normal quality of life to prevent disease complications and reducing the long-term complications. These are the long-term aims for the inflammatory bowel disease. The first randomized placebo-controlled trial of inflammatory bowel disease in 1997 by Duggan et al. This is multinational, and they found that a positive response at 4 weeks was obtained in over 80% of the patients treated with infliximab. It is intravenous form compared to placebo. This study was confirmed by SN1, and infliximab is a better response. It is beneficial in the remission at weeks 30 and 54, and it's likely to discontinue corticosteroids, and it also have maintenance the response for the longer period of time. And in the SN2 study show that patient with fistulizing Crohn's disease, there is a complete fistula closure was greater in the infliximab arm rather than the placebo. So infliximab is also useful in the induction and maintenance therapy for ulcerative colitis in terms of clinical response, clinical remission, and mucosal healing at up to week 54 compared to placebo. It is shown in AD1 and AD2 study from Belgium and the United States. Another biologic therapy is another anti-TNF therapy is adalimumab, which is a human monoclonal antibody, and it comes with subcutaneous form, and it also have induction and maintenance for the moderate to severe Crohn's disease in CHARM trial. And the benefit is that adalimumab adalimumab can be used in the patient who does not respond, who has lost response or intolerance to infliximab. And adalimumab has a tolerated and beneficial effect of those patient group as well. Adalimumab is also used in maintenance treatment for Crohn's disease. It is expressed by a classic 2 trial. Then the second biologic therapy is anti-integrin, and which is vedolizumab, and it's also used in moderate to severe Crohn's disease. And vedolizumab group achieved clinical remission, both clinical remission and clinical response is superior to placebo group at week 6. In the Germany 2 study, it also showed that maintenance of vedolizumab is beneficial effect of maintenance therapy up to week 52 compared to a placebo group. But the benefit of vedolizumab is that it has less likely to develop reactivation of the infection, particularly tuberculosis and the other opportunistic infection compared to tumor necrosis factor antagonists. Ustekinumab is a new drug which inhibits interleukin 12 and interleukin 23, and it is beneficial effect on induction and maintenance therapy of the Crohn's disease, and it is useful in the biologic naive patient as well as who has exposed to infliximab therapy and who feel response to infliximab therapy as well. One study is vedolizumab has a beneficial effect on ulcerative colitis in both induction and maintenance therapy, We also use combination therapy with immune modulator, biologic therapy and immune modulator. That benefit of is that it reduces immunogenicity, it increases certain level of biologic therapy, and better efficacy of anti-TNF agents, and it also reverses anti-drug antibody formation mostly within 12 months of the therapy. So that SONIC trial demonstrated that in patients with moderate to severe Crohn's disease who naive to biologic agent and combination therapy with infliximab and azathioprine have a significant increase in the corticosteroid-free clinical remission and mucosal healing of the colon or ileum at week 26 compared to infliximab monotherapy or azathioprine monotherapy. And ustekinumab has an effect on the ulcerative colitis, which also showed in patients with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis, it also have a clinical remission, endoscopic improvement, and then finally histological endoscopic mucosal healing patient with ulcerative colitis. Tofacitinib is a new small molecules as it comes with an oral form. It is also useful in induction and maintenance therapy for ulcerative colitis, which was demonstrated in OTIC induction 1, induction 2, and OTIC sustained therapy. Combination therapy is also useful in ulcerative colitis with infliximab and azathioprine, and both in induction and maintenance therapy. So in summary, biologic therapy in moderate to severe Crohn's disease, infliximab, adalimumab, ustekinumab, and vedolizumab, they are good for best drugs of choice for induction and maintenance therapy. Ustekinumab and vedolizumab are the drug of choice for patients who fail to anti-TNF therapy as a second line. They are useful for second line therapy. And infliximab is still the drug of choice for perianal fistulizing Crohn's disease as for induction and maintenance therapy. For ulcerative colitis, for those patients who have biologic naive, infliximab and the vedolizumab, they are the drug of ustekinumab. They are the drug of choice for the patient with biologic naive ulcerative colitis. Ustekinumab and the tofacitinib, they are the drug of choice for induction therapy with moderate to severe active colitis with prior exposure to tumor necrosis factor antagonists. So we also use, we have another options for biologic therapy, which is biosimilars. And biosimilars, currently we have 4 biosimilars approved by FDA, and it is also available in Asia. They are infliximab biosimilar CTP13, infliximab after, and adalimumab biosimilar, adalimumab Atto, and adalimumab Advan. So we have the study with CTP13 in the inflammatory bowel disease from Korea. They demonstrated that the biosimilar CTP13 it's tolerated and is not inferior to infliximab and other biological therapy in terms of remission and the maintenance in both Crohn's disease, fistulizing Crohn's disease, and ulcerative colitis. When you talk about the treatment strategy for inflammatory bowel disease, as you all know, there are step-up therapy and top-down therapy, in which biologic therapies are added and started at the early year stage of the disease. But for Asia setting, because there are many limitations for biologic therapy as a top-down strategy, because of the high costs, minimal reimbursement, and because most of the Asian populations are not not insured, and risk of infection and the drug availability in some resource-limited countries in Asia have only anti-TNF agents, and there is no anti-integrin inhibitor or ubiquitin in most Asian countries. For us in Myanmar, we don't have any anti-TNF or anti-integrin currently. So another thing is appropriate drug concentrations and antibody testing are either not available or not feasible in Asia countries. Biologic use in Asia, this is a very large data collection from 38 centers in 15 countries, South Asia, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East. Total patient over 100,000 patients. We found that biologic use in the Southeast Asia and South Asia has only 4% of the ulcerative colitis and 13% of Crohn's disease can use biologic therapy. Only in the countries with high GNI per capita. So that the careful selection of the patients who might respond, who might benefit for biologic therapy is very important. So we found that factors associated with poor prognosis in patients with Crohn's disease are diagnosis. We need to find poor prognosis, a patient with poor prognosis, high risk for poor prognosis. These are the patients who diagnosed at earlier age, under 40 years, a patient with a perianal disease, upper GI involvement, and earlier disease involvement. They have a worse disease outcome, and early need for systemic corticosteroid therapy within 6 months of diagnosis, have fourfold risk of surgery and smoking, leading to stricturing and fistulizing disease behavior. So that we need to find high-risk group, and they might benefit for starting biologic therapy. These are the indications for biologic therapy in Asia, which is recommended from APAGE and ACC. In Asia setting, an accelerated step up to biologic therapy is recommended in Asia, and biologic therapy are used to induce remission in patients with moderate to severe Crohn's disease and severe ulcerative colitis refractory to conventional therapy. Infliximab is considered as rescue therapy in acute severe ulcerative colitis who are not responded to intravenous corticosteroid therapy within 3 to 7 days. Biologic agents should be used as first-line therapy to complex perianal fistula in combination with surgical intervention. Anti-TNF are the preferred biologic therapy for extraintestinal manifestation. Currently approved biosimilars are as safe and effective as reference products, so that it can be used as induction and maintenance therapy for both UC and Crohn's. So that the choice of drugs in Asia depends on individual patient profile and risk and benefit of the biological therapies, like risk of reactivation of tuberculosis or hepatitis, and costs and the long-term persistence. So these are, we need to consider these factors before we start biologic therapy. So before biologic therapy, we must find out the latent tuberculosis screening, and we need to treat chemoprophylaxis. For those IBD patients should be screened for tuberculosis by chest X-ray and tuberculosis skin tests and IGRA before anti-TNF therapy. IBD patients with latent tuberculosis infection should receive biological agent in combination with prophylactic anti-TB treatment with at least isoniazid during the first 6 months. These are recommendations from the AOCC and APAT recommendation. And another thing is we need to screen opportunistic infection like hepatitis B, hepatitis C, HIV, and syphilis before corticosteroids and biological therapy. All IBD patients with positive HBs antigen, they must treat anti-KB or tenofovir 1 week before biologic applications. And hepatitis B vaccination should be received for those negative hepatitis B infection. So as I mentioned before, on the background factors of background factors in the Asian patient of high costs and the reactivation of the infection, and as well as the drug availability. These are the factors which we cannot use biological therapy for as a long-term strategy. And so that we must consider de-escalation of the therapy at some point. So we need to find out who are the fit for the which patient is fit to stop a biological therapy at some point. So these are the factors that favors to consider de-escalation of the therapy are older patients over 80 years, limited disease involvement, and little or no treatment delay after early diagnosis, and good treatment response to stable therapy, and mucosal healing who are in prolonged remissions. So these are the factors. These patients groups are less likely to relapse after stopping biological therapy. So we have a study So this is retrospective analysis over 100 patients, and patients with CD and Crohn stable remission with combination therapy. They follow up these patients for 7 months after stopping infliximab. Majority of the patients receive stable condition without relapse after de-escalation of the therapy. So they found that upper GI location of the disease, white cell count, and low hemoglobin level. These groups have over 40% chance of risk of major complication after stopping infliximab withdrawal. This is the systematic review and meta-analysis. They make the model, biochemical model to predict the individual risk of relapse after stopping biologic therapies. These include age over 80 years, age of diagnosis, older age of diagnosis, no immunosuppressant, older age of diagnosis, and the infliximab therapy, and disease duration is less than 15 years, and CRP level less than 5 at the time of infliximab, at the time of biologic withdrawals. These are the factors who has less chance to relapse after stopping biological therapy. So in conclusion, biologic agents have resulted in a paradigm shift in the management of inflammatory bowel disease, and the drugs that can maintain mucosal healing and can be used long-term with minimal safety are the ideal treatment for patients with IBD. And in Asia, anti-TNF agents are the key part of the healthcare costs associated with IBD, so that the top-down approach cannot be recommended in all patients with active CD with various reasons. An accelerated step-up biologic therapy is recommended in Asia setting. So prior to biologic therapy, rigorous testing to exclude latent tuberculosis infection, hepatitis B, and other opportunistic infection, which must be required and treat appropriately. Biosimilar are the alternatives to the originators for Asian patients in the future. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Tan Tan, and she's online. Would anyone like to ask any question? Right, maybe Dr. Tan Tan, maybe can I ask a question on your experience with biosimilars?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay. Yes. Actually, this topic is not familiar to me because I have little experience on biological therapies. We don't have inflation or other biological, but we had one biological. This is adalimumab. This is produced by Zydus company. It's come with essential. So I have experience on Crohn's patient, but the problem is the adalimumab have to use long term. And this is it is cost issue. The first thing is. Second thing is it's developed a lot of complications like infection. So our patients, despite of screening opportunistic infection as well as IGRA and chest X-ray, everything, but patient develop tuberculosis and the CMV infection, herpes, and every opportunistic infection she received during the adalimumab therapy. So that we still have reluctant to use biosimilar in our country because we have only one adalimumab biosimilar available to us.
Right. And so any other questions from the floor? Yeah. Okay. Yes, Dr. Tan, thank you so much for your wonderful talk. In fact, we all enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, the next speaker, I invite Professor Khai from Malaysia Society of Gastroenterology and Hepatology to present a lecture, Colorectal Cancer Screening Update and Different from ASEAN Pacific. Now invite Professor Khai presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Khairul Najmi Muhammad Nawawi. I'm from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Thank you to organizing committee for inviting me to give this lecture in our rapid meeting today. So my lecture entitled Colorectal Cancer Screening Updates and Differences from an Asian Perspective. And this is my outline for today. So a bit on CRC epidemiology. As you can see on the graph, the incidence of colorectal cancer is correlated well with the countries who have a high human development index. And this index is a composite of economic status, income, and education. So most countries that have high incidence of colorectal cancer include most of European countries, followed by some Oceania, and then Latin America, followed by Asia and also Africa. And this is a global prevalence or incidence of CRC in 2018. Again, most prevalent in America and also in European countries. And then the top bar chart is top 10 countries of highest incidence of colorectal cancer. We can see among them include 2 Asian countries, Republic of Korea and also Japan. CRC in Asia, Asia contribute to nearly more than half of the total incidence of global CRC in terms of the deaths, cancer death. Also, Asia contribute up to 52.4% out of total global CRC death. So it's quite a high disease burden in Asia region, and higher risk of CRCs among ethnicity is in people in Japan, Korea, as well as in China. How about Malaysia? In my country, the latest data that we have in terms of incident rate, we have 21.3 incidents over 100,000, and it's most prevalent in Chinese population, followed by the Malays and Indian. What is the rationale for CRC screening? So we have to go back to Wilson and Jacquinot principle of screening tests. You have to comply and fit into those criteria according to the condition, test, screening program, and treatment. And definitely for colorectal cancer, all of those criteria has been met and ticked. And nowadays, there are a lot of evidence based that there's a lot of evidence base to justify the use of screening tests in colorectal cancer. So let's go through a few guidelines for the screening. At the moment, a few strategies. One of them is systematic population-based screening program, which is a nationwide program, mostly in US, European country. In Asia, there's a few countries who have established programs such as Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore. Other countries do not have organized screening program, and most of them have a widespread opportunistic screening program as well as outreach program. And most of these guidelines recommend screening starting at the age of 50 years, because after this, the risk of cancer increased by 0.5 to 1.5% every 5 years. The test varies according to the countries, but most of the screening program use non-invasive tests, either FIT or guaiac FOBT. However, most opportunity program will rely on the endoscopy. So this is the most recent guideline by US Preventive Service Task Force in 2021. They start to lower the age group for screening from 45 up to 75, and above 75 years of age, they recommend selective screening for people who have a higher net benefit. In terms of recommendation strategies, there are a few which include FOBT every year, FIT every year. They also recommend the usage of stool DNA fit every 1 to 3 years. Other modalities include CT chronography every 5 years, sigmoidoscopy every 5 years, sphygmodoscopy every 10 years, but with annual FIT, and also colonoscopy every 10 years. How about in Asia? Asia Pacific Colorectal Cancer Working Group recommend screening in country or region with incident rate above 30 per 100,000, and should target average risk person above 50 years of age with quantitative FIT. Therefore, FIT remain the most widely and frequently used primary screening modalities in Asia, and colonoscopy been used in opportunistic screening. And how about flexible sigmoidoscopy? It has been used, but less common in this region. This is a table of a country in Asia. As you can see, the age standardized incident rate of colorectal cancer, highest in South Korea, Japan, Singapore, Hong Kong, and also Taiwan. And all of them already have organized full screening program. This is a table of screening program in Asian country. Screening modality, they use FIT, which use two consecutive sample with the interval screening about 1 year, except for Australia and Taiwan, where they do every 2 years. And most of the country also target population 50 years of age, except for Japan, starting at the age of 40. And Japan have the longest screening program, which has been started since 1992. A bit more information in terms of screening strategies in a few Asian countries. In Japan, started in 1992, they use FIT, and then subsequent diagnostic investigation or verification test is done either by colonoscopy or combination of flexible symptomoscopy and double contrast barium enema. However, in the recent year, colonoscopy has become more routine compared to DCBE, and it has shown that there is a decrease in terms of CRC mortality versus unscreened subject, about 72%. How about the screening update? Initially, it's around 27, 28, and then it's increasing up to 41.4 and 34.5% in 2013. Screening in Korea, they have two guidelines about in regard to the screening and also surveillance colonoscopy, been proposed by 3 societies in Korea. And the program was introduced in 2004. FIT is provided free of charge, and they target men and women more than 50 years of age. And the positive test is followed by a DCB or colonoscopy. And then if the DCB is negative, either DCB or colonoscopy is recommended 5 years later. Positive DCBE should be followed by colonoscopy. If the colonoscopy is negative, then 10 years colonoscopy is recommended. And the program participation rate has increased from 10% to 25.9%. And then the colonoscopy rate among FIT positive participants is about 39 to 61%. This is the surveillance colonoscopy guideline in Korea. In patients with high risk finding, they are subjected to 3 years colonoscopy, and in patients without high risk finding, 5 years after that. CRC screening in Taiwan started in 2004. They perform biennial FIT in patients more than 50 years. In terms of the screening rate, 21.4%, with test positivity about 4%. And it has shown from the initial prospective study, there is a significant 10% reduction in terms of CRC mortality as compared to unscreened subject. This is a graph and bar chart of the top one in terms of the numbers of attendees that use FIT test. We can see the increasing numbers after it's been enrolled worldwide, nationwide in 2010, with the positivity rate is quite good, from 4% going up to 7 to 8%. And then the lower graph is basically the number of verification exam, which is the colonoscopy. We can see the numbers is slightly reduced when they enroll the program to the nationwide. This is probably due to the capacity and then the technical issue in terms of try to accommodate all the positive patient. CRC screening in China. At the moment, there's large-scale community-based CRC screening being carried out in a lot of provinces. They employ two-step screening strategy, FIT plus quantitative high-risk factors questionnaire, and then the positive patient will be followed up with a colonoscopy. The The screening program also has shown that FIT have a higher sensitivity and specificity compared to guaiac FOBT, and that two sample testing was more cost effective for CRC screening. In Hong Kong, a territory-wide community-based pilot screening has been launched in 2016 and recently graduated in 2018. All the participants will be screened by FIT every 2 years, and then the participant will be subsidized and co-payment will apply for the diagnostic colonoscopy in private sectors. In Thailand, some pilot screening has been implemented in 2011 in Lampang province. They have a high participation rate of 62.9%, test positivity about 1.1%, and the colonoscopy was performed in 72% of those with positive tests, and they have a detection rate of CRC of 30.7%, and then detection rate of adenoma 30.6%. How about in Malaysia? In Malaysia, we have a kind of a sporadic opportunistic program. Some region have a pilot study, although we don't have a uniform organized screening program. So one study has been done in Johor, southern Malaysia. Over 3 years, 584 patients were included. We have a 15.1 positivity rate. However, is important to note that only half of the positive patients are willing and proceeded for colonoscopy. And in terms of the annual follow-up for FOBT, again, the number is quite low. Only 1.1 to 2.2% of the patients return the next year for repeat testing. In terms of the results, out of patients going for colonoscopy, about 30% have adenomatous polyp, and about 9% have colorectal cancer. What is the long-term impact of CRC screening? This is based on a few cohort study and randomized control trial. All of the screening tests has shown a good impact in terms of reducing the CRC incident and also CRC mortality. Although the direct visualization, for example, colonoscopy and flexible sigmoidoscopy, has a higher rate to reduce the CRC incident as compared to the fecal-based tests. We can see in terms of data from the US, over the time after starting the screening program, the incident rate and the mortality rate start to decrease over years. This is another data from the modeling statistic. It shows that quite a lot of cases per 1,000 in terms of the occurrence of CRC, and that can be avoided by implementing the screening test, regardless stool-based or invasive test. This is another data in terms of incidence and mortality of colorectal cancer in country that implemented screening. This is the group with slowly increasing incidence. However, we can note the mortality of colorectal cancer has started to decrease. So the increase in the incidence might be due to the increased detection from the screening program. And in the second group, again in country who has implemented the screening program, we can see the incidence and also the mortality has started to decrease and coming down over years. Another table of projected long-term effectiveness of CRC screening among various strategies, and all of them has shown to reduce the colorectal cancer incidence and also mortality against unscreened population. I will touch a bit on CRC screening modalities. First, invasive test, basically the scope. Colonoscopy, gold standard, safe. However, it requires sedation, bowel preparation, and a bit costly. And it definitely can reduce the CRC mortality and also the incident. However, one study has shown that the benefit is limited to the distal colorectal cancer, but not in the proximal cancer in terms of the reduction in CRC mortality. Flexible symptomoscopy also has been shown to reduce the CRC mortality. However, because of the nature of the scope, is limited to the distal colon. Fecal tests, we have 3 available tests. Guaiac FOBT, inexpensive, simple, widely available. Again, has been shown to reduce the CRC mortality. However, because it relies on simple oxidation, so any dietary peroxidases such as heme from myoglobin in the red meat or in the plant or antioxidant, they have a potential to confound the result. Therefore, it have a quite low positive predictive value of 3 to 10%. How about FIT? It measures colonic blood, since upper GI globin is being degraded and is utilize antibody to hemoglobin. Therefore, that it doesn't cross-react with the dietary meat. And the sampling technique is quite simpler compared to the FOBT, and therefore is much more feasible and then to the patient. And it also have a slightly higher sensitivity as compared to FOBT in terms of detecting advanced adenoma and colorectal cancer. How about stool DNA test? It's been approved by FDA in 2014. It's not available outside the US. It's quite sensitive in terms of detecting colorectal cancer and also advanced adenoma. Other modality include CT clonography. It carries a bit of advantage in terms of detecting extra clonic evaluation in terms of sensitivity, specificity, as compared to colonoscopy. The sensitivity is about 66.8% with a specificity of 80%. However, it did have disadvantages such as need again for the bowel prep a bit discomfort due to the air insufflation, risk of contrast allergy, radiation exposure, and the need for colonoscopy if the test becomes positive. And there's another non-invasive method using the methylated septin-9, which can be found in the tumor DNA from the GI tracts, and it's been approved to be used in 2016. Again, not available outside US. However, it might be used in patients who refuse invasive tests as a primary screening for CRC. These are a few tests in the development for the screening in terms of blood-based, utilize the DNA, and also imaging-based capsule colon, CT capsule, as well as MR clonography. It's the same. Okay. So how about CRC risk prediction score? It's good. Sometimes it can be applied to stratify our population into the one who likely benefit from the screening. Therefore, it has a potential to increase acceptance to screening and also give the opportunity to give information more to the patient to encourage lifestyle modification. There are a few. The most well-known are number one, CRC Pro. Basically, it's validated against a US population. The skin cancer developed in UK, so it's been used in UK and a few other countries. For the Asian Pacific region, we have our validated scoring system, Asia Pacific Colorectal Screening Score. And now they have been modified, which include the BMI as well. And it has shown that by using this score, the relative risk of finding advanced neoplasm in the moderate and high risk asymptomatic patient were higher, about 2.6-fold and 4.3-fold respectively. How about the age to initiate screening? Is 45 is the new 50. The modeling study that's been done shows that by lowering the screening age, it could result in additional prevention of 2 to 3 CRC and then 1 CRC death per 1,000 person. And cost effectiveness analysis also has suggested it might be cost effective. In terms of the disease burden, we can see the increasing prevalence of the young colorectal cancer. This is the data from European country. Increased incidence of CRC among 20 to 39 years of age group in the last 20 or 30 years. And as shown by this graph as well. Locally in our hospital, there is an increase of incidence of young colorectal cancer as well, especially in the age group of 35 to 39 years, and also from 40 to 44 years, and also from 45 to 49 years of age group. Okay, what are the challenges to effective screening, especially in Asia? So a lot of challenges. Some of them include low screening rate as compared to England or European. They have higher screening uptake. Number 2, insufficient public and GP awareness. Number 3, low colonoscopy rate after positive initial screening. Insufficient colonoscopy quality and also capacity, lack of surveillance guidance, and of course the financial barrier. This just want to show the participation rate in Asian country. It's quite low in, for example, in Brunei, in China, Hong Kong, India, Indonesia, Malaysia, and even Taiwan and Thailand. In terms of knowledge of CRC and screening tests, again among Asian country, a lot of the patient or the subject still not sure what are the symptoms of CRC, the risk factor, and also the screening tests that are available to them. One study done in Malaysia, in terms of knowledge and practice among GPs, only about 21% of our GP have a good knowledge on CRC screening and also about CRC in general, and just over half know that CRC is the most common cancer among Malaysian male. Only 65% appreciate that tenesmus is a symptom of CRC, and over 50% aware of the current recommendation of the CRC screening, and unfortunately more than nearly 80% of the GPs wrongly recommend FOBT for high-risk individual rather than for the average risk individual as part of the CRC screening. So these are the challenges. Possible cause, a lot. It could be low awareness among the public, not just the public, as well as the physician, and also a lack of recommendation by the physician, and lack of advertisement in terms of the low colonoscopy rate might be due to the unawareness of significant of positive FIT, as well as the access barrier. In terms of the colonoscopy quality might be due to the inadequate training, insufficient funding, and lack of surveillance guidance. So a lot of things should be done to counteract the challenges and the possible causes, and multidisciplinary and also co-partnership, especially between the government, NGOs, public, private, to encounter or overcome those challenges for CRC screening. So in terms of setting up CRC screening program, number one, piloting is very important. It can test the feasibility of screening in the community, identify the potential problem, therefore improve infrastructures and allocate the necessary resources beforehand. And number two phase is develop the infrastructure, which setting up invitation or screening test delivery system, establish the lab, securing sufficient colonoscopy capacity as well as the staff resources, and then develop a good healthcare team for the disease treatment. And of course, therefore, lastly, monitoring is very important, evaluation of the program, therefore, it can be optimized further, and several screening indicators should be implemented and regularly monitored as well. And these are the indicators that can be applied. We can divide into short-term, mid-term, long-term. The eventual long-term indicator for screening will be to reduce the CRC incident as well as the mortality. However, we should have a short-term indicator in terms of the screening rate, positivity rate, verification exam rate, detection rate for cancer, advanced adenoma and non-advanced adenoma, and also the severe complication rate from the colonoscopy or from the screening test. And the midterm indicator should include any occurrence of interval cancer, and also we need to look at any stage shifting from probably from this severe to moderate or mild stage. Opportunity screening in the meantime, while piloting or while trying to construct the organized nationwide program, we should employ opportunistic screening. It refers to provider-initiated screening when seeing a patient. Three broad strategies we can apply. Number one, risk stratification, and colonoscopy should be offered to the patient with highest or with the high risk probability, and then the rest, for example, FIT can be offered to the low and average risk. Multiple option, various screening strategies should be explained to the patient. For example, scope, FIT, FOBT, CT chronography, and so on. And then sequential, if the preferred test is being declined by the patient, they should be offered for the second or third option, because the best screening test is actually the test that can be done. So these are some evident gaps and opportunities that we need to look in the future. And as the conclusion, number one, CRC incident is increasing in Asia, and therefore there is an urgent need for organized outreach screening program. And we have to note that young CRC is becoming more prevalent nowadays, and therefore CRC screening with FIT is a feasible and effective way to reduce CRC incident as well as the mortality. We need to encourage pilot programs among Asian countries, among countries that have moderate incidents who haven't employed or established the nationwide screening program yet. And this is important as well to share on the feasibility data. And in the meantime, we should optimize the opportunistic screening, the pilots program, need to educate people, increase public and physician awareness. And lastly, continuous monitoring of the screening indicator is very important, so that the performance of the screening can be kept at the highest level. With that, I would like to end my presentation, and thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you very much for lecture from Professor Hyun from Malaysia Society of Gastroenterology and Hepatology. And now about 6:30 p.m. I'm stop here. I'm sorry, Professor Hyun, and I hope to see you again. Now I invite Professor Myung from the President Kasit to closing. And thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Today, the January 14th, 2023, is a very important day for us, an historic day, I think, because we could form the new academic partnership in Asian countries. So hopefully, RAPID can contribute to Korea and Asian countries, researchers, for the cure of our intestinal disease research and disease control. And I want to thank all the participants today. And also I want to thank I want to thank all the participants from all RAPID member countries, and especially the Vietnam Society of Gastroenterology for preparing this wonderful symposium. And I want to also thank the International Academic Exchange Committee of CASIT and Professor Hyun Gun Kim for great effort to the formation of this RAPID meeting. And after this meeting, hopefully RAPID Scientific Society can meet and discuss about the contents we discussed today, and hopefully please progress to the further collaborative research and education programs. And also in April 2023, we will have AOCC and IMCASIT collaboration meeting in Busan, Korea. And all the members and today, please come to Busan for our meeting. And at that time, maybe we can discuss further about the RAPID progression. Thank you again to all the participants and lecturers discussing today, and let's meet soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Myung. And now I would like to invite Professor Hyun on behalf of VNAGE to have some closing remarks.
Dear Professor Myung and President Kasit, and dear own President in Malaysia, Indonesia, Myanmar, and another country. On behalf of the Vietnam Association of Gastroenterology and 108 from the Center and Hospital, we thank you very much for Professor Myung and from our own president in another country and our own professor in another country come to here. We are very happy, and I hope so in the future to meet again. And VNAG and 108 and would like to collaboration between another country in the future. Now I'm stop here and invite Professor go to B1 and dinner, gala dinner and karaoke. Thank you very much for your attention. Sau đây mời tất cả các thầy các chị lên đây, chúng ta sẽ chụp hình. Now invite Professor take one picture before phần dinner. Yeah, thank you. Tất cả mọi người nhé, tất cả mọi người nhé. Invite many people go